Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. The house was miles from any forest, yet the living room floor was buried in pine needles, damp, fresh, and full of sap. As they cleared the debris, they found a single shoe print leading to the fireplace. Inside the hearth, stuffed behind the grate, was a leather-bound notebook with one name repeated, You. Alina Mackey had lived in the small town of Pine Haven, Michigan for all of her 47 years. A local kindergarten teacher with soft-spoken manners and kind eyes, she was known for keeping to herself in the modest two-bedroom home she'd inherited from her parents on Lakeview Drive. The neighbors described her as reliable, if somewhat reserved. She kept her lawn trimmed, her curtains drawn, and her white picket fence freshly painted every other spring. On weekdays, Alina would leave her house at precisely 7:15 a.m., travel the 4 miles to Pine Haven Elementary in her aging blue Honda Civic, and return home at 4:30 p.m. On weekends, she would visit her sister Martha in the neighboring town of Westlake, attend church on Sundays, and occasionally join the local book club at the Pine Haven Public Library. Her routine rarely deviated. That's why her absence was noticed immediately. It was a Tuesday in late October when the school principal called Martha after Alina failed to show up for work and didn't answer her phone. Martha drove to Alina's house, used her spare key, and pushed open the front door. The smell hit her first, earthy, damp, like walking through a forest after heavy rain. Then she saw it, the living room floor, completely covered in fresh pine needles. Not a thin scattering, but a thick blanket, as if someone had deliberately spread them across every inch of hardwood. Alina, Martha called out, her voice trembling slightly as she stepped carefully into the house. No answer came from the still interior. The kitchen was untouched. A half-filled coffee mug sat on the counter beside an open book, marked with a blue ribbon. The bathroom was empty, the bed in the master bedroom made with hospital corners, just as Alina always kept it. When Officer Daniel Patterson arrived 30 minutes later, he documented everything meticulously. The pine needles were fresh, still sticky with sap. There was no sign of forced entry. Alina's car was parked in the garage. Her purse sat on the hall table, containing her wallet, keys, and phone, the latter showing no calls since Sunday evening when she had spoken with Martha. "Has your sister been upset lately? Any changes in behavior?" Officer Patterson asked Martha as they stood in the kitchen. "No, nothing like that," Martha replied, fidgeting with her wedding ring. "She's been the same Alina she's always been, quiet, dependable. She mentioned having trouble sleeping recently, but that's all." As more officers arrived and began clearing the pine needles to search for evidence, Detective Sarah Lindholm discovered the shoe print, a single right foot impression in the layer of needles, pointing toward the fireplace. The print appeared to be from a men's work boot, approximately size 11. "It's just the one print," Detective Lindholm asked the evidence technician. "Yes, ma'am, just this single print. No others that we can find." Detective Lindholm knelt by the fireplace, her gloved hand carefully reaching into the cold hearth. Behind the decorative metal grate, tucked into a small recess, she found the notebook, an aged leather journal with weathered edges. Opening it cautiously, she found page after page filled with the same word written in varying sizes, pressures, and styles. You. Some were barely visible, others pressed so hard into the paper that they tore through to the next page. The handwriting analysis later confirmed it wasn't Alina's penmanship. By nightfall, a search party had formed. Volunteers from Pinehaven combed the surrounding areas, the woods behind Aliner's house, the shoreline of Lake Michigan 2 miles to the west, the abandoned railway that cut through the eastern edge of town. There was no trace of Aliner Mackey. 3 days into the investigation, Detective Lindholm interviewed Aliner's next-door neighbor, Mrs. Joanne Pritchard, an elderly woman who had lived beside Aliner for over 20 years. "I've been thinking about what you asked earlier," Mrs. Pritchard said, pouring tea into delicate china cups. "About seeing anything unusual. I did notice something, though I didn't think much of it at the time." Detective Lindholm leaned forward. "Please, Mrs. Pritchard, any detail could be important." "For the past month or so, there's been a delivery truck that stops by Aliner's house. Always on Thursdays, always around sunset. The driver brings a large box to her door." "Did you ever see the company name on the truck?" Mrs. Pritchard shook her head. "No markings that I could see, just a white panel van, plain, and the driver always wore work boots and a baseball cap pulled low. I never got a good look at his face." When they checked Aliner's credit card statements and online purchase history, they found no record of any regular deliveries. The mystery deepened when they discovered a small storage unit rented in Aliner's name 3 towns over, paid for in cash for the past 6 months. Inside were dozens of empty cardboard boxes, each lined with pine needles. 1 week after Aliner's disappearance, Martha was sorting through her sister's belongings when she found a carefully folded piece of paper tucked inside Aliner's favorite cookbook. It was a receipt for a cabin rental in the remote Upper Peninsula, dated for the weekend before she vanished. The name on the reservation wasn't Aliner Mackey, but Thomas Winters, a name no one recognized. The cabin was located on private property, surrounded by dense pine forests and accessible only by a narrow dirt road. When Detective Lindholm and Officer Patterson arrived, they found it locked and seemingly untouched. The property manager had no recollection of who had stayed there, only that the reservation had been made online and paid for with a prepaid credit card. Inside, the cabin was meticulously clean. Too clean, the forensic team noted. No fingerprints, no hair, no fibers, surfaces wiped down with precision. The only item left behind was a single photograph placed in the center of the kitchen table, a snapshot of Aliner's house taken from across the street, with a pine tree branch held in front of the lens, partially obscuring the view. On the back of the photograph, written in the same handwriting as the notebook, were the words, "She knows what happened to Caroline." Caroline, the name sparked a distant memory for Detective Lindholm. 25 years earlier, when she was just starting on the force, there had been a missing persons case involving a 16-year-old girl named Caroline Winters who had disappeared while walking home from school. The case had gone cold after months of investigation. No body was ever found. Thomas Winters had been Caroline's father, a man who had moved away from Pinehaven shortly after the investigation stalled, broken by grief and the lack of closure. When they pulled the old case files, they discovered that Aliner Mackey had been Caroline's English teacher that year. In her statement to police at the time, she had mentioned seeing Caroline walking with an unidentified man near the lake on the day she disappeared. Aliner had been unable to provide a clear description, saying only that the man wore a baseball cap and work boots. She knows what happened to Caroline. The timeline began to take shape. Thomas Winters, who had never stopped searching for answers about his daughter's disappearance, had somehow come to believe that Aliner knew more than she had told police. The deliveries, the storage unit, the cabin, all part of an escalating pattern of surveillance and obsession. But where was Alina now, and where was Thomas Winters? 2 months after Alina's disappearance, a hiker found a freshly disturbed patch of earth near the shores of Lake Michigan, 15 miles from Pine Haven. Buried 3 feet down was a metal lockbox containing a stack of letters written by Alina Mackey, addressed to Caroline's father. The letters, dating back nearly 20 years, detailed Alina's growing suspicion that Caroline had been taken by someone powerful in the community, someone she had been too afraid to name at the time. In her final letter, dated just days before her disappearance, Alina wrote, "I've gathered enough evidence now. I know who did it. I know why they've been watching me. Tomorrow I'll tell you everything." That evidence, if it existed, was never found. 1 year later, Alina Mackey remains missing. Thomas Winters has never been located. The investigation continues, but leads have grown cold. The kindergarten classroom at Pine Haven Elementary has a new teacher now. Alina's house sits empty, a for sale sign swaying gently in the front yard. And every October, on the anniversary of Alina's disappearance, Martha finds a small pile of pine needles on her front porch, fresh, damp, and sticky with sap. Beside them, a single boot print in the morning dew. Crime 2, it lay flat beneath a loose rug, heavy, wide, bolted down with industrial screws. The reflection was warped slightly, like old glass. But when someone leaned over it, their eyes didn't match, and under the frame, wedged in the crack, was a tuft of hair tied with red string. Detective Sarah Levine stared at the mirror for a long time. The floorboards around it were different, newer than the rest of the wood in apartment 4B, a renovation, perhaps. But why secure a mirror to the floor and cover it with a rug? "How long since anyone's heard from her?" Sarah asked, her voice barely audible over the building's ancient radiator hissing in the corner. Amanda Nichols, 28, administrative assistant at Kingsley Insurance. "Hasn't been seen in 17 days, Officer Patel replied, flipping through his notes. The landlord came to collect overdue rent. When nobody answered after repeated attempts, he let himself in. The apartment was unnervingly tidy. A stack of mail by the door, a single coffee mug in the sink, half a carton of almond milk in the refrigerator, still within its expiration date. On the kitchen counter, a small succulent plant was beginning to wilt. A life paused. Amanda had moved to Oak Ridge, Michigan 3 years earlier. She'd grown up in Cincinnati, the middle child of 3 sisters in a close-knit family. According to her mother, who spoke with police by phone, Amanda had video called her every Sunday afternoon, except for the last 2 Sundays. She didn't mention any problems, Mrs. Nichols had told them, her voice breaking. She was saving for graduate school. She just adopted a cat. There was no cat in the apartment, no pet food, no litter box, no toys. When asked, neighbors said they'd never seen Amanda with a pet. People in the building knew little about her. She was quiet, polite, kept to herself. She usually wore her dark hair pulled back, favored cardigans in muted colors, and carried a leather messenger bag. The retired schoolteacher in apartment 4A mentioned seeing Amanda standing in the hallway some nights, just staring at her own door before entering, as if gathering courage. Sarah crouched beside the mirror again, studying its placement. The carpet fibers around it were slightly crushed, suggesting it had been uncovered recently. The glass was free of dust. "Get forensics in here," she said. "I want to know if this was installed before or after the floor was refinished, and I want to know whose hair that is." Amanda's desk at Kingsley Insurance was as organized as her apartment, color-coded folders, post-it notes arranged by priority, a small crystal paperweight that caught the morning light from the window. Her computer's screensaver was a photograph of Monument Valley at sunset. She was reliable, punctual, never called in sick without notice, her supervisor, Martin Drexel, explained. His office overlooked the city park, trees now bare in late November. The first day she didn't show up, I was concerned. After the second, I called her emergency contact. That contact was Elise Werner, a college friend living in Chicago. She hadn't spoken to Amanda in over a month. "That's odd," Sarah remarked. "Why would she list someone she's not in regular contact with?" Martin shrugged. "HR issues the forms, I don't see them." When they checked Amanda's company email, they found nothing unusual. Meeting reminders, routine correspondence. The last email she'd sent was to the office manager, asking about getting a new desk lamp. Her personal email yielded similar results: online shopping confirmations, newsletters, a few exchanges with her sisters about Christmas plans. Her phone records showed something different. In the month before her disappearance, Amanda had received 14 calls from a number with no subscriber information. Each call lasted between 4 and 19 minutes. She never initiated calls to this number. The calls had started exactly 43 days before she vanished. The forensics team confirmed that the mirror had been installed after the floor was refinished. The refinishing had been done approximately 3 months earlier, according to building maintenance records. The hair found near the mirror belonged to Amanda. What they found beneath the mirror was more disturbing. When they unscrewed it from the floor, they discovered a shallow depression carved into the wood, just deep enough to hold a single item, a leather-bound journal. The journal contained nothing but line after line of the same phrase, written in increasingly frantic handwriting. "He watches me when I sleep." The last 10 pages were blank. Amanda's social media presence was minimal, a rarely updated profile, a handful of landscape photos, occasional likes on friends' posts, but her browser history told a different story. She had searched extensively for information about stalking, about restraining orders, about how to detect hidden cameras in apartments. She had also searched for information on someone named Victor Crane. Victor was 42, a maintenance supervisor for several buildings in the area, including Amanda's. His record showed a harassment complaint from 6 years earlier, filed by a former girlfriend. The charges had been dropped. When questioned, Victor claimed he barely knew Amanda. "I fixed her sink once, changed a light in her hallway, that's it." But Victor's work log showed he'd been in her building 12 times in the 2 months before she disappeared, though only 3 of those visits had been for her apartment. "What about the floor refinishing?" Sarah asked. "That was done by a contractor," Victor said, "not my department." A background check on the contractor revealed it was a small operation, run by a man named Gerald Frost. Gerald was in his 60s, had no criminal record, and had been in the flooring business for over 30 years. When interviewed, he remembered the job at Amanda's building. "That apartment was strange," he told Sarah, rubbing his weathered hands together. "The young lady wanted the work done while she was there, insisted on it. Most people want to be away when we're making all that dust and noise." "Did she say what?" "She mentioned something about not wanting anyone to be there without her. Seemed nervous. I figured maybe she'd had a break-in before." "Did you notice anything unusual about the apartment?" Gerald thought for a moment. She had those little cameras, you know, the kind people get for security. One in the living room, one facing the door. She kept checking her phone while we worked. The investigation unearthed more unsettling details. Amanda had withdrawn most of her savings, nearly $14,000, $2 days before she disappeared. Her car was still in the building's parking garage. A small suitcase was missing from her closet, according to her sister, who had helped her move in. And the cat she'd mentioned to her mother, records showed she had indeed adopted one from a local shelter 6 weeks before she vanished. A 3-year-old tabby named Milo, but there was no record of the cat being returned, and no neighbors recalled ever seeing it. 3 weeks into the investigation, Sarah received a package at the police station. It contained a USB drive with a single video file, security footage from Amanda's apartment. The timestamp showed it was from 2:17 a.m. 1 week before she disappeared. The grainy footage showed Amanda asleep in her bed. The bedroom door was closed, then slowly the doorknob turned. The door opened just enough for someone to peer in. A dark figure stood there, watching for 23 minutes. Then the door closed. The video ended. The package had no return address. Forensics found no fingerprints except for the postal worker who had delivered it. 5 weeks after Amanda's disappearance, a tenant in the building across from hers reported seeing a light in her apartment at midnight. When police arrived, they found the apartment exactly as it had been, except for one detail. The mirror that had been screwed to the floor was now mounted on the wall. And there was a Polaroid photograph placed face down on the coffee table. It showed Amanda, seemingly asleep, with someone's hand resting on her shoulder. The hand wore a class ring from Oak Ridge High School, class of 1998. Victor Crane had graduated from Oak Ridge High in 1998. When police went to question him again, his apartment was empty. Neighbors said he'd left in a hurry 2 days earlier, loading boxes into his truck in the middle of the night. In the end, the mirror yielded the final clue. Forensic examination revealed microscopic scratches on its surface, not random but deliberate. Under specialized lighting, they formed words. Storage Unit 27, LAKVIW. At Lakeview Storage on the edge of town, Unit 27 was registered to a Nicholas Adams, an anagram of Amanda Nichols. Inside, they found no trace of Amanda, but they discovered Milo the cat, alive and well, with food and water dispensers. They also found a second journal, this one written in Amanda's clear, careful handwriting. The final entry read, "If you're reading this, I got away, or I didn't. Either way, check the cabin at Whisper Lake, Northeast Shore, green shutters. I've been watching him watch me for weeks now. The mirror was his mistake. I saw him behind me one night when he thought I was asleep. I don't know how he gets in. I don't know what he wants, but I know his pattern now. And tonight, I'm setting a trap." The cabin at Whisper Lake was registered to Victor Crane's deceased uncle. When police arrived, they found Victor's truck parked behind the building. Inside the cabin, there were signs of a struggle, an overturned chair, a broken lamp, droplets of blood that would later be identified as Victor's. In the bathroom, written in lipstick on the mirror, were the words, "He watches me no more." Amanda Nichols was never found. Victor Crane's body was discovered 3 months later in a shallow grave 2 miles from the cabin. He had been strangled. In Amanda's apartment, the forensics team made one final discovery. Behind the newly mounted mirror on the wall was a small opening leading to a crawlspace between apartments. From there, someone could access a forgotten maintenance corridor that ran behind 3 units, including Amanda's. Fibers matched to Victor's clothing were found throughout the corridor, and on the wall directly behind where Amanda's bed had been positioned, they found tiny peepholes, carefully drilled and nearly invisible when viewed from her side. The surveillance cameras Amanda had installed were never recovered, nor was her suitcase, nor the $14,000 she had withdrawn. Some in Oak Ridge believe Amanda planned her escape and Victor's murder methodically after weeks of enduring his stalking. Others think she became another victim, and whoever killed Victor remains unknown. The mirror that had been screwed to her floor was eventually claimed by her family. Her mother reported that when it arrived at their home in Cincinnati, there was a single playing card taped to its back. The Queen of Hearts. Amanda had collected playing cards since childhood. Crime 3, too large for the dog, too clean. The roof lifted easily, revealing a latch beneath the bedding. Inside, a ladder descending into concrete darkness. On the walls were tally marks, hundreds of them, and a child's name scratched over and over again into the stone. Liam. The discovery came on a mild Tuesday in October 2018, when Sheriff's Deputy Rachel Mercer responded to what should have been a routine wellness check in the quiet suburb of Pinefield, Missouri. Concerned neighbors hadn't seen Alina Harmon, a 42-year-old kindergarten teacher, in nearly 2 weeks. The school administration had reported her absence, initially accommodated by accumulated sick leave, but now stretching into unexplained territory. Alina had lived alone in the modest ranch-style home on Sycamore Drive for almost 15 years. Neighbors described her as reserved but friendly, often seen walking her aging golden retriever, Buddy, around the neighborhood in the early evenings. She'd wave, exchange pleasantries about the weather, but rarely invited anyone into her personal space. Those who knew her longer recalled how she'd changed after her divorce 8 years prior, more withdrawn, more focused on her teaching, more protective of her solitude. "I just figured she needed some time to herself after Ted left," said Margaret Wilson, who lived across the street. "Some people heal by connecting, others need their space. Alina was definitely the latter." The property appeared well maintained from the street, typical of the neighborhood with its neatly trimmed hedges and seasonal decorations. A small American flag fluttered near the doorway, and potted chrysanthemums adorned the porch steps. Deputy Mercer noted the mail had been collected, the lawn recently mowed. Nothing immediately suggested abandonment or distress. After 3 unanswered knocks, Mercer circled to the back of the house. The sliding glass door was unlocked, unusual but not alarming. Inside, everything seemed orderly. Dishes washed and put away, furniture dust-free, no signs of struggle. A half-empty coffee mug sat on the kitchen counter beside an open novel, bookmark still in place, as if Alina had simply stepped away for a moment. The only immediate concern was Buddy. The elderly dog was unusually thin, his water bowl dry. He followed Mercer through the house with a nervous energy, whimpering and circling back toward the yard repeatedly. When she refilled his bowls, he drank eagerly but refused the food, instead pacing toward the back door. "It was like he was trying to tell me something," Mercer would later testify. "In this line of work, you learn to notice when animals are acting strangely." Following Buddy into the backyard, Mercer observed a well-kept garden with late-season vegetables still on the vine. A stone path led to a sizable wooden structure at the far end of the property, nearly obscured by a row of arborvitae. The doghouse was what first struck Mercer as incongruous. Nearly 4 feet tall and 6 feet wide, it seemed excessive for a medium-sized golden retriever. The structure appeared newer than the house itself, the wood still relatively bright despite weathering. Most notably, Buddy refused to approach it, instead watching from a distance with visible anxiety. When Mercer lifted the hinged roof, expecting perhaps to find dog supplies or gardening tools, she discovered the carefully constructed false bottom. The compartment below revealed a metal hatch and the top rungs of a ladder descending into darkness. At that point, I immediately called for backup, Mercer recalled. Something wasn't right. The construction was too deliberate, too hidden. When the forensic team arrived, they documented every aspect of the concealed entrance before Detective Marcus Holloway made the descent. What they found was a fully furnished underground room, approximately 12 by 15 feet, with concrete walls, a small bathroom, and rudimentary electrical wiring connected to the main house's system. A twin bed occupied one corner, its sheets neatly tucked. A small bookshelf contained children's literature and activity books. A plastic container held snack foods with distant expiration dates. But it was the walls that told the most disturbing story. Hundreds of tally marks had been scratched into the concrete, grouped in sets of 5, and repeated dozens of times in different sizes, depths, and apparent states of emotion was a single name: Liam. There was no sign of Alina Harmon in the underground room or anywhere on the property. Her car remained in the garage. Her purse and identification were found in her bedroom. Her cell phone, however, was missing. As investigators began piecing together Alina's life, contradictions emerged that challenged the community's perception of the quiet kindergarten teacher. Former colleagues spoke of her dedication to children, particularly those from troubled backgrounds. Her teaching evaluations consistently praised her patience with difficult students and her attention to those who seemed neglected at home. She had a special way with the kids who needed extra love, said Principal Davis of Pinefield Elementary. She could spot a child in need from across the playground. Yet Alina's personal history contained puzzling gaps. While she had indeed been married to Theodore Harmon for nearly 7 years, the couple had no children. Theodore, now remarried and living in Seattle, expressed shock at the discovery. Ellie always wanted kids, he told investigators during a phone interview. It became a point of contention between us. I wasn't ready, kept putting it off. By the time I realized how important it was to her, something had changed. She became distant, secretive, started spending money we didn't have. That's ultimately why I left, not because I didn't love her, but because she wouldn't let me in anymore. When asked about the name Liam, Theodore paused for several long moments. We had talked about names once early in our marriage. If we ever had a son, she wanted to name him Liam. Said it meant strong-willed protector or something like that. I'd almost forgotten. The investigation took a significant turn 3 days later when detectives accessed Alina's computer. Her search history revealed extensive research on underground bunker construction, soundproofing techniques, and homeschooling curricula. More concerning were repeated visits to websites detailing missing children cases across the Midwest over the past decade. Several names had been searched repeatedly, including Liam Prescott. Liam Prescott had disappeared from a playground in Springfield, Missouri, just 40 miles from Pinefield, in 2016. The 5-year-old had been attending a birthday party at a public park when he vanished during a game of hide-and-seek. Despite extensive searches and national media coverage, no trace of him had been found. His case remained open but had grown cold. Financial records showed Alina had withdrawn increasing amounts of cash in the months leading up to Liam's disappearance. Construction supplies had been delivered to her home, paid for in cash. A neighbor recalled a nephew visiting occasionally, a quiet child who rarely played outside. When shown a photograph of Liam Prescott, the neighbor couldn't be certain but acknowledged a resemblance. As the investigation expanded, Alina's digital footprint revealed frequent communications with an anonymous user on a parenting forum. The exchanges, extending over several years, documented Alina's desire for a child and her growing frustration with the adoption system, which had rejected her applications twice due to financial instability following her divorce. "They say I'm not fit to be a mother," she wrote in one message, "but I see unfit parents every day dropping their children at my classroom, children who aren't loved properly, who need someone who understands them. The system is broken. Sometimes I think I could do better on my own." The messages stopped abruptly 3 weeks before Liam Prescott's disappearance. 8 days into the investigation, as police prepared to issue an arrest warrant for Alina Harmon in connection with the kidnapping, a security camera at a bus terminal in Kansas City captured footage of a woman resembling Alina boarding a bus to Chicago. The timestamp indicated she had left just hours before Deputy Mercer's wellness check. More disturbingly, she wasn't alone. Holding her hand was a young boy, approximately 7 years old, wearing a baseball cap pulled low over his face. The child appeared thin but not obviously distressed, carrying a small backpack emblazoned with dinosaurs. The hunt for Alina Harmon expanded across state lines, involving the FBI and multiple agencies. Her photograph appeared on national news, alongside computer-aged images of what Liam Prescott might look like 2 years after his disappearance. 3 weeks into the search, Alina's cell phone signal briefly activated near a motel outside Detroit, Michigan. By the time authorities arrived, the room registered under the name Ellen Harper had been vacated. The motel manager recalled a woman and child who had stayed there for 2 nights, paying cash. The woman had claimed they were visiting family in Canada. "The boy was quiet but seemed okay," the manager stated. "Called her mom once when they were checking in, didn't seem afraid or anything." The investigation continues today, with sightings reported occasionally across the northern United States and southern Canada. Alina Harmon's teaching license has been revoked. Her house stands empty, the infamous doghouse removed as evidence. Liam Prescott's parents maintain hope that their son is alive and will one day be returned to them. They've spoken publicly about their complex feelings, grateful if Alina has indeed kept him safe and cared for, but devastated by the years stolen from them. "Someone knows something," Jennifer Prescott, Liam's mother, stated at a press conference marking the 3rd anniversary of her son's disappearance. Alina might have friends, distant relatives, someone who's helped her stay hidden. "We're not interested in punishment, we just want our son back." The underground room has yielded few additional clues. Forensic analysis confirmed Liam's DNA from hair samples found on the pillow, proving he had indeed been kept there for some period. The tally marks, if indicating days, suggested a confinement of approximately 20 months, far less than the full time since his abduction. This has led investigators to believe Alina may have multiple hiding places, or that conditions of Liam's confinement may have changed over time. The case has prompted renewed attention to security at public playgrounds and to the screening processes for educators working with young children. Alina's colleagues remain stunned, unable to reconcile the compassionate teacher they knew with the woman who engineered an elaborate kidnapping. "The most terrifying part," Detective Holloway reflected, is how normal everything seemed on the surface. How someone could live a double life so completely that even those closest to them had no idea. It makes you wonder what secrets might be hiding in any normal-looking house, behind any friendly wave from a neighbor. As for Buddy, the golden retriever who inadvertently led authorities to the underground room, he was adopted by Deputy Mercer, who noticed his anxiety seemed to decrease the further he got from his former home. Some things, perhaps, are better left buried, but the truth of what happened to Liam Prescott is not one of them. The search for Alina Harmon and the boy who may still be Liam Prescott continues, while beneath a seemingly ordinary backyard in suburban Missouri, an empty underground room stands as testament to the depths of human desperation and the shadows that can hide behind the most ordinary facades. Crime 4, it sprayed red, thick, sticky, metallic. When they cut the line open, the inside was coated in dry residue. A tiny tooth was stuck in the nozzle. No one had been in the backyard for months, but beneath the soil, forensic dogs found something wrapped in burlap. Margaret Wilson had lived at 1423 Evergreen Lane for 37 years. A retired elementary school teacher, she was known throughout the quiet neighborhood of Oak Ridge, Pennsylvania, for her immaculate garden. Every spring, the front yard bloomed with tulips and daffodils. Every summer, her roses drew compliments from passers-by. She was widowed at 52 when her husband Frank passed from heart failure, but she had maintained their house exactly as it had been when they purchased it together in 1986. She was particular about her routines, said Nancy Carver, who lived next door for 20 years. Every Sunday morning at 8 a.m., she would water that garden. It never mattered if it rained the night before. Margaret believed plants needed consistency. Margaret's garden was her sanctuary. Her niece, Samantha Davis, would later tell investigators that after Frank's death, her aunt had transformed their backyard into what she called her healing space. A stone path wound through carefully tended flower beds. A small pond hosted colorful koi, and in the far corner, behind a lattice trellis covered in morning glories, stood a garden shed where Margaret stored her tools. When 74-year-old Margaret missed her weekly call with Samantha on June 12, 2023, it didn't immediately raise alarms. Cell service in Oak Ridge was spotty, especially during summer storms. But when 3 days passed without any response to calls or texts, Samantha drove the 90 minutes from Pittsburgh to check on her aunt. The driveway was empty. Margaret's 2015 Toyota Corolla wasn't there. The mail hadn't been collected for what appeared to be several days. Most telling of all, the front gardens showed signs of neglect. Wilting roses hung heavy on their stems. The porch planters were bone dry. I knew something was wrong the minute I saw those flowers, Samantha would later tell the detective assigned to the case. Aunt Margaret would never let them suffer like that, never. Using the spare key Margaret kept hidden in a fake rock by the garage, Samantha entered the house. Inside, everything appeared normal. No signs of struggle, no evidence of a break-in. Margaret's reading glasses sat on her favorite armchair beside a dog-eared copy of a mystery novel. A half-empty cup of tea on the coffee table had developed a thin layer of mold. The kitchen was spotless, dishes put away. The bed was made, hospital corners folded with military precision, a habit Margaret had picked up from her father, a World War II veteran. It looked as though Margaret had simply stepped out and never returned. Samantha filed a missing persons report with the Oak Ridge Police Department that afternoon. Officer James Morris took her statement, but cautioned that there was little they could do immediately. There were no signs of foul play. Margaret was an adult of sound mind. Perhaps she had decided to take an impromptu trip. "Has she ever done anything like this before?" Officer Morris asked. "Never," Samantha insisted. "She calls me if she's going to be 10 minutes late for our Sunday dinners. She doesn't just disappear." A wellness check was issued. Margaret's name and vehicle information were entered into the system. Days passed without development. It was Nancy Carver who first noticed the smell. "I was out deadheading my petunias when I caught it," she told investigators. "At first I thought maybe an animal had died under my porch. It was early July by then, hot and humid, but the smell seemed to be coming from Margaret's yard." Nancy had been collecting Margaret's mail and newspaper since her disappearance. She had Samantha's number and called her immediately about the odor. Samantha contacted the police again, this time speaking with Detective Aaron Reeves. Reeves had been with the department for 15 years and had handled his share of missing persons cases. Most ended with the individual returning home safely or being located at a relative's house. Something about Margaret's case troubled him, though: the pristine house, the abandoned garden, the missing car but present reading glasses, and now a foul odor from the property of a woman who hadn't been seen in nearly a month. He obtained a warrant to search the property more thoroughly. July 5th was sweltering. The heat index had climbed to 102 degrees by 10 a.m. when Detective Reeves and 2 officers arrived at Margaret's house. They started with the interior, methodically checking closets, cabinets, the basement, the attic. Nothing seemed disturbed or out of place. Financial records showed no unusual withdrawals. Her passport remained in the desk drawer. Her medications were still in the bathroom cabinet. When they moved to the backyard, the smell intensified. Reeves noticed that the gardens, once vibrant according to photos provided by Samantha, were now withered and overgrown, all except for one section near the back fence that appeared to have been recently watered. The soil was darker there, Reeves noted in his report, damp when everything else was parched. Officer Lyndon Peters pointed out the garden hose, coiled neatly on its holder attached to the side of the house. When Reeves examined it, something caught his eye, a rusty brown discoloration around the nozzle. "Turn it on," he instructed Officer Peters. When Peters twisted the faucet, nothing happened at first, then a sputtering sound, and finally a spray of pinkish-brown liquid that had been trapped inside the hose. It sprayed red, thick, sticky, metallic. When they cut the line open, the inside was coated in dry residue. A tiny tooth was stuck in the nozzle. No one had been in the backyard for months, but beneath the soil, forensic dogs found something wrapped in burlap. Hours later, the police had uncovered 3 separate burlap bundles buried in Margaret's garden. The contents would take days to analyze fully, but the preliminary findings were clear. Human remains, decomposed, dismembered, and buried with what appeared to be gardening tools alongside them. None of the remains belonged to Margaret Wilson. The first identification came back 3 days later. The partial remains in the first bundle belonged to Robert Fielding, a 29-year-old man who had been reported missing in 2019. He had last been seen leaving a bar in downtown Oak Ridge. His disappearance had generated little media attention. A single man with few local connections, his case had gone cold within weeks. The second bundle contained remains identified as those of Cynthia Morris, 34, reported missing in 2021. A local pharmacy technician, she had vanished after her shift one evening. Her car had been found at the local park, keys still in the ignition. The third set of remains was too degraded for immediate identification. Margaret's Toyota was located abandoned at Pittsburgh International Airport's long-term parking lot. Security footage showed an individual parking the car on June 11th, but the image was too grainy for positive identification. The person wore a wide-brimmed gardening hat and kept their face angled away from cameras. Detective Reeves began piecing together a timeline. He interviewed everyone who knew Margaret, from former colleagues to the young man who delivered her newspapers. The picture that emerged contradicted everything about the gentle, retired teacher that her community thought they knew. Bank records revealed unusual purchases: industrial-grade plastic sheeting, a bone saw ordered online, burlap sacks from an agricultural supply store. Her internet search history, obtained via warrant, contained queries about body decomposition rates and the effects of different chemicals on human tissue. "We think she was planning this final burial for some time," Reeves explained at a press conference. The garden shed contained a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards where we found journals documenting her activities. The journals dated back to 2018, shortly after Margaret had started volunteering at Oak Ridge Memorial Hospital. Her entries described detailed observations of individuals she encountered, not just patients, but visitors and staff as well. She assessed their routines, their vulnerabilities, whether they would be missed. Samantha Davis collapsed when shown the evidence. "This can't be my aunt," she repeated. "This isn't possible." But the DNA evidence was unambiguous. Blood found in the shed matched the victim's. The tooth in the garden hose nozzle belonged to Cynthia Morris, and most damning of all, a journal entry from June 10th outlined Margaret's plan to disappear before her work was discovered. "The garden has accepted my offerings," she had written, "but I feel eyes watching now. Nancy notices too much. The new family across the street asks too many questions about my roses. It's time to tend a different garden somewhere new." The third victim was eventually identified as Thomas Weber, 42, who had been reported missing in 2020. Like the others, he had no obvious connection to Margaret. The only commonality investigators could find was that all three victims had passed through Oak Ridge Memorial during Margaret's volunteer shifts. To this day, despite international bulletins, Margaret Wilson has not been found. Investigators believe she planned her disappearance meticulously, possibly establishing a new identity long before abandoning her old life. Security footage from various border crossings and international airports has been analyzed, but the trail has gone cold. The residents of Evergreen Lane have planted a memorial garden in the park, far from where Margaret's house once stood. The property itself remains vacant, unable to sell despite drastically reduced pricing. The garden has been paved over with concrete. Nancy Carver moved away 6 months after the discovery. "I can't sleep knowing I waved to her every Sunday morning for 20 years, she told reporters before leaving. "She would wave back with those gardening gloves on. I keep wondering whose blood was on them." Samantha Davis, still processing the betrayal of her memories, visits the police station every month to check for updates. "I don't know who that woman was," she says, "but it wasn't the aunt who baked me cookies and taught me to read. It couldn't be." Detective Reeves keeps a photo of Margaret's garden on his desk. "It reminds me that we never truly know people," he says. "Sometimes the most carefully tended exterior is hiding the darkest soil underneath." As for the garden hose with its gruesome secret, it sits in an evidence locker at the Oak Ridge Police Department. a reminder that in the quietest neighborhoods, behind the most ordinary facades, darkness can take root and bloom. Crime 5, all were hidden deep in the stuffing, state IDs, licenses, library cards, different faces, different names. None matched the homeowner. One had a bloody fingerprint smeared across it. Another was cracked in half as if bitten. All had been reported missing. None had been found. The small lakeside town of Mill Creek, Michigan, had always been a place where people knew their neighbors, where front doors remained unlocked during summer evenings and children played unsupervised until the streetlights flickered on. It was the kind of place people moved to when they wanted to escape something, usually the relentless pace of the city, sometimes something else entirely. Dale Mercer had arrived in Mill Creek during the winter of 2015. A quiet man with graying temples and a slight limp, he purchased the old Parkman house at the edge of town, the one that had sat empty for nearly 3 years after Mrs. Parkman passed away in her sleep. The neighbors welcomed him with casseroles and invitations to community gatherings, but Dale politely declined most offers of socialization. He was friendly enough when encountered at Cooper's Market or the local hardware store, always ready with a smile and pleasant small talk about the weather, but he kept to himself otherwise. Just looking for some peace and quiet, he would explain with a gentle smile that never quite reached his eyes. Been a city person all my life, need to decompress. And the people of Mill Creek respected that. Privacy was something they understood. Dale established a predictable routine. Each morning he would take a 30-minute walk around the lake, nodding at the same joggers and dog walkers. He volunteered at the library on Tuesday afternoons, helping elderly residents navigate computers. On Fridays, he would treat himself to dinner at the lakeside diner, always ordering the fish special and always leaving a generous tip. The rest of his time was spent in his home, where neighbors occasionally noticed lights on late into the night. Sheriff Emma Grayson first met Dale Mercer when his garage was broken into during his second month in town. Nothing was taken, just some rummaging through boxes that Dale said contained only old books and winter clothes. He declined to file a formal report. Probably just some kids looking for trouble, he said, waving away her concerns. No harm done. Sheriff Grayson found him oddly calm about the incident, but then again, city folks often had a different perspective on petty crime. She made a note to drive by his place more frequently during night patrols, just to be safe. For 3 years, Dale Mercer existed this way in Mill Creek, present but somehow peripheral to the community. People knew him, but nobody really knew him. Everything changed on April 17, 2018. The call came in at 2:47 p.m. Marion Cooper from the market reporting that Dale hadn't picked up his weekly grocery order, something he had never failed to do in 3 years. When she called his home phone, there was no answer. It's probably nothing, Marion told Sheriff Grayson, but Dale is meticulous about his schedule. He's never missed a pickup, not even when he had that terrible flu last winter. Sheriff Grayson decided to stop by the Parkman house on her way home. The property looked undisturbed. Dale's navy blue Subaru sat in the driveway. The curtains were drawn as they usually were. She knocked, waited, knocked again, then tried calling his phone from her cell. She could hear it ringing inside the house. Something felt wrong. Using the emergency protocol for welfare checks, Sheriff Grayson entered through the unlocked back door. The kitchen was immaculate, dishes washed and put away, counters wiped clean. A half-empty cup of coffee sat on the table, the liquid cold and filming over. The living room appeared normal at first glance, books arranged neatly on shelves, a worn leather recliner angled toward a modest television, a beige couch against the far wall. Then she noticed the dark stain on the hardwood floor near the couch. Something viscous had pooled there and partially dried. Sheriff Grayson approached carefully, crouching down to examine the substance. Blood, not a large amount, but enough to indicate injury. "Dale," she called, moving toward the hallway. "Mr. Mercer, it's Sheriff Grayson. Are you hurt?" The house remained silent except for the soft ticking of an antique clock. The bathroom and spare bedroom revealed nothing unusual. The door to the master bedroom was closed. Sheriff Grayson knocked, then slowly pushed it open. The bed was made with hospital corners, undisturbed, no sign of Dale. The closet door stood slightly ajar, clothing neatly hung in color-coordinated sections. The ensuite bathroom was empty, the towels perfectly aligned on the rack. Dale Mercer had vanished. Sheriff Grayson called for backup and began a careful search of the property. It was Deputy Lewis who discovered the first anomaly, a loose floorboard in the living room, partially hidden by the couch. When moved, the couch revealed more blood spatter, dry but relatively recent. "Sheriff, you might want to look at this," Lewis called, pointing to the floorboard. Beneath it was a small compartment containing a manila envelope. Inside the envelope was a driver's license belonging to a Marcus Wellen from Chicago, Illinois. The license had expired in 2014. A quick check in the national database showed that Marcus Wellen had been reported missing in November 2013. By evening, the Parkman house had become a crime scene. Forensic specialists from the state police combed through every inch of the property. They found 5 more hidden compartments throughout the house, under floorboards, behind loose bricks in the fireplace, inside a hollowed-out section of drywall. Each compartment contained identification documents, driver's licenses, social security cards, employee badges, credit cards, 27 items in total belonging to 17 different individuals. Each individual had been reported missing between 2010 and 2017. None had ever been found. But the most disturbing discovery came when they moved the couch to access more hidden compartments. The cushions seemed unusually heavy. When cut open, they revealed dozens more identification cards sewn directly into the stuffing. All were hidden deep in the stuffing: state IDs, licenses, library cards, different faces, different names. None matched the homeowner. One had a bloody fingerprint smeared across it. Another was cracked in half as if bitten. All had been reported missing. None had been found. The search expanded to the backyard and the wooded area behind the property. Ground-penetrating radar revealed no obvious burial sites. The lake was dragged. Nothing was found. Dale Mercer's own identification raised more questions than answers. His driver's license and social security number were registered to a Dale Mercer born in Columbus, Ohio in 1967. But when authorities contacted Ohio officials, they discovered that the real Dale Mercer had died in a car accident in 2009. Someone had been using his identity ever since. The investigation rippled outward. Detectives contacted the families of the missing persons whose IDs had been found. They constructed timelines, searched for connections. A pattern emerged. Most of the victims had disappeared from rest stops, bus stations, or remote gas stations along Interstate 94, which stretched from Michigan to Montana. Sheriff Grayson spent sleepless nights reviewing security footage from Cooper's Market and other local businesses, watching the man who called himself Dale Mercer go about his quiet routine. Had she overlooked something? A clue, a tell, something that might have revealed his true nature? The gentle smile, the preference for privacy, the meticulous adherence to routine, all seemed benign at the time. 6 weeks into the investigation, authorities received a report of a man matching Dale's description working at a diner in Wisconsin. By the time they arrived, the man had already moved on, leaving behind a rented room with walls covered in newspaper clippings about the Mill Creek investigation. 3 months later, a vehicle registered to one of the missing persons was found abandoned near the Canadian border. Inside was a notebook containing detailed information about 10 potential candidates in various small towns across the northern United States. Each entry included work schedules, living situations, and whether the person would be missed immediately. The media descended on Mill Creek. Articles described the quiet town as the hunting ground of the ID collector, a name that sent shivers through the community. National news programs interviewed residents who had known Dale. Marion Cooper wept as she described his unfailing politeness. The library director recalled how good he was with the elderly patrons, how patient and kind. "That's the thing that haunts me," Sheriff Grayson told reporters. "How someone capable of such calculated cruelty could live among us for years, performing kindness, participating in community life. We never saw it, we never sensed it." The search for Dale Mercer, or whatever his real name might be, continued for years, generating occasional leads that inevitably led nowhere. The FBI added him to their most wanted list, circulating composite sketches showing how he might have altered his appearance. The couch from the Parkman house was transported to an FBI evidence facility in Quantico, where analysts carefully extracted each identification document, photographed it, and attempted to preserve any DNA evidence. Some cards showed signs of having been handled repeatedly, almost ritualistically. Others appeared to have been deliberately damaged in specific ways, corners cut off, holes punched through photos, names partially scratched out. Behavioral analysts suggested the ID collection represented trophies, but with a complexity that distinguished this case from typical serial predators. The careful preservation, the ritualistic damage, the organization by region rather than chronology, all pointed to a mind operating on patterns incomprehensible to others. 5 years after Dale's disappearance, the case remained officially open but had gone cold. The residents of Mill Creek had installed security systems, established neighborhood watches, and largely stopped leaving their doors unlocked. Parents no longer allowed their children to play unsupervised until the streetlights came on. Sheriff Grayson, now approaching retirement, kept a map on her office wall with pins marking every potential sighting of the man who had called himself Dale Mercer. The pins stretched across 12 states and into Canada. She added a new one approximately every 3 months, though the credibility of sightings had diminished over time. On particularly difficult nights, she would drive past the old Parkman house, now owned by a young family who had renovated extensively, removing all traces of the previous occupant. Sometimes she would park across the street and stare at the warm light spilling from the windows, wondering about the compartments they might never have found, the secrets still hidden within those walls. And sometimes, in the darkest hours before dawn, she would wonder about the couch, how many people had sat on it, completely unaware of what lay beneath them. How even the most ordinary objects can conceal extraordinary horrors. How the most dangerous monsters are the ones who look just like everyone else. Dale Mercer never resurfaced. The identities in the couch were eventually returned to the families of the missing, providing closure of a sort, though many questions remained unanswered. What happened to the victims? Where were their remains? And perhaps most disturbingly, was Dale Mercer himself just another stolen identity, another face in the collection of someone who remained, even now, hidden in plain sight? The people of Mill Creek no longer knew their neighbors quite as well as they thought they did, and when someone new moved to town, the welcome casseroles came with careful observation and subtle background checks. The trust that had defined their community had been folded and tucked away, hidden like those IDs, in places where it might never be found again. Crime 6, beneath the drawers in small shaky letters, someone had written directly on the plastic, "She waits when the door is closed." The words continued behind the shelving in spirals, pages worth of text, rambling about her cold hands. At the bottom of the fridge was a dried handprint, too small to be adult. Detective Sarah Mercer stood in the kitchen of 347 Oak Ridge Drive, her breath creating small clouds in the frigid air of the abandoned house. The power had been cut off 3 weeks ago, yet the air inside felt unnaturally cold. Outside, Millbrook, Minnesota was experiencing an unseasonably warm April. Inside, it felt like January. The call had come in at 6:43 that morning. A realtor preparing the foreclosed property for viewing had discovered something disturbing in the kitchen. The realtor, Diane Powell, now sat in her car at the curb, refusing to re-enter the house. "How long has the house been empty?" Sarah asked Officer Jenkins, who was taking photographs of the refrigerator's interior. "Bank took possession 8 weeks ago. Family just disappeared overnight, left everything behind." The Keller family, Sarah remembered them from the case file she'd reviewed on the drive over. David and Laura Keller, both 37, and their daughter Emma, age 8. No history of domestic disturbance calls. No financial troubles until 6 months ago when David lost his job at the manufacturing plant. Then sudden withdrawal from social circles. Emma stopped attending school. Neighbors reported hearing crying at night, a child's voice, sometimes for hours. The neighbors thought they'd moved to be closer to family in Wisconsin, Jenkins said, stepping back from the refrigerator. Nobody reported anything unusual until the bank sent people to clear the property. Sarah leaned in closer, studying the chaotic handwriting. The text grew more frantic as it spiraled toward the back of the refrigerator. Words overlapped, creating an almost indecipherable mess, but certain phrases repeated. "Cold hands, watching me. She waits. Don't leave me here." "Handwriting analysis?" she asked. "Preliminary assessment says it's the father's writing. Matches samples from his work documents." Sarah's attention shifted to the small handprint at the bottom. The size suggested a child's hand, but something about it seemed wrong. The fingers were too long, too thin. "We need to get CSI to check for blood residue on this print," Sarah said, pulling out her phone to make the call. Laura Keller had grown up in Millbrook, former high school volleyball star, graduated with honors, married her high school sweetheart David 2 years after college. She worked as an administrative assistant at the local medical center, while David had spent 12 years at the manufacturing plant before the layoffs. Emma had been their miracle baby. After 5 years of trying and 2 miscarriages, she arrived healthy and perfect. The first few years of Emma's life unfolded like a Norman Rockwell painting Christmas card photos, dance recitals, weekend trips to the lake. Sarah scrolled through the family's social media history on her laptop. The change was abrupt. Until 6 months ago, Laura posted regular updates, Emma's school projects, family dinners, weekend outings. Then silence. The last photo showed Emma standing beside a snowman, her smile forced, dark circles under her eyes. Detective, the voice belonged to Officer Ramirez, standing in the doorway of Sarah's office. We found something in the basement of the Keller house. The basement walls were covered with the same frantic handwriting found in the refrigerator. Thousands of words, floor to ceiling, illuminated by the harsh portable lights the crime scene techs had set up. In the center of the concrete floor was a child-sized mattress, surrounded by toys arranged in a perfect circle. A baby monitor sat beside the mattress, its partner unit nowhere to be found. "He kept her down here," Sarah whispered, her voice echoing in the cold space. "The father?" Ramirez asked. "Maybe or maybe both parents." Sarah approached the mattress. A small stuffed rabbit, worn from years of love, lay abandoned on the thin blanket. "We need to find Emma." David Keller's sister, Rebecca, lived in Appleton, Wisconsin. When Sarah called, Rebecca answered on the first ring, as if she'd been waiting. "I haven't heard from them in months," Rebecca said, her voice tight with worry. "David stopped answering my calls around Christmas. I tried reaching Laura through the hospital, but they said she'd quit her job." "Did they ever mention coming to stay with you?" Sarah asked. "No, but David was. He was changing before they disappeared. The last time we spoke, he talked non-stop about Emma being different. Said she was speaking to someone we couldn't see. I thought he was having some kind of breakdown after losing his job." Sarah's pen hovered over her notepad. Did he ever elaborate on what he meant by different? A long pause followed. He said Emma was spending too much time alone in the basement. Said she was drawing things on the walls, things she shouldn't know about. The neighbors on Oak Ridge Drive remembered the Kellers as quiet, private people who became increasingly reclusive in the months before their disappearance. "We used to have Emma over for playdates with our daughter," said Karen Mitchell, who lived 2 doors down. "But around October, Laura started making excuses. Said Emma wasn't feeling well or had too much homework. By Christmas, we never saw any of them outside anymore." "Did you notice anything unusual about their behavior?" Sarah asked. Karen's husband Michael shifted uncomfortably on their floral couch. "I was out walking the dog late one night in January. Their basement light was on and I heard chanting, like someone reciting something over and over. I thought about checking on them, but..." He looked down at his hands. "We all have our problems, didn't want to intrude." Karen reached for her phone. "I did take one picture, though, the day before they disappeared." She handed Sarah her phone, showing a photo of the Mitchell's daughter on her new bicycle. In the background, barely visible through the Keller's kitchen window, was Emma. She appeared to be staring directly at the camera, her face gaunt, eyes dark and hollow. "She looks sick," Sarah observed. "That's what I thought," Karen said quietly. "I was going to bring over some soup the next day, but they were already gone." The forensic team found hair, fingerprints, and DNA from all 3 Kellers throughout the house, but concentrated most heavily in the basement. The writing on the basement walls matched the refrigerator samples David's handwriting. Most disturbing were the drawings interspersed among the text, crude childlike sketches of a tall, thin figure standing behind a small girl. In every drawing, the figure's hands were disproportionately large, the fingers elongated. "We found something else," the lead technician told Sarah, guiding her to a section of wall that had been hidden behind a shelf. "This writing is different." The handwriting here was smaller, more controlled. It didn't match David's frantic scrawl or what they had on file for Laura. "Is it Emma's?" Sarah asked. "We think so, but the content is concerning." Sarah read the childish script. "Mommy puts medicine in my food to make me sleep. Daddy says I'm sick, but I'm not sick. The cold lady says they're lying. 3 days into the investigation, they found Laura Keller's car abandoned at a rest stop near the Wisconsin border. The interior was immaculate, not a single personal item left behind. No fingerprints on the steering wheel or door handles. Someone had wiped it clean. That same afternoon, Emma's school records arrived. Her attendance had been spotty in the months before she stopped coming altogether. The school counselor had documented concerns about Emma's withdrawn behavior and frequent complaints of feeling cold, even on warm days. In her last week of attendance, Emma's teacher sent her to the nurse after finding her sitting alone at recess, talking to herself while methodically pulling out strands of her hair. "We found them," Officer Jenkins announced, standing in Sarah's doorway 6 days after the initial call. His face was grim. "A hunting cabin near Lake Minnetonka. Anonymous tip." Sarah's heart sank. All three. Jenkins nodded slowly. "You're going to want to see this yourself." The hunting cabin was small, just one room with a kitchenette and bathroom. It belonged to David's cousin, who hadn't visited since last hunting season. The property was surrounded by pine trees, the nearest neighbor over a mile away. David and Laura Keller lay side by side on the small bed, their bodies beginning to decompose. Initial examination suggested they'd been dead approximately 3 weeks. No signs of struggle, no obvious wounds. 2 empty pill bottles sat on the nightstand, along with a handwritten note. "Suicide?" Sarah asked the medical examiner. "Appears that way. We'll know more after toxicology." Sarah picked up the note with gloved hands. David's now familiar handwriting covered both sides of the paper. "We couldn't save her. The cold has her now. We tried everything: doctors, medicine, prayers. Emma is gone, replaced by something else. Something that watches from inside the refrigerator when the door is closed. Something that speaks with her voice but knows things no child should know. We failed her. May God forgive us." "Where's Emma?" Sarah asked, looking around the small cabin. The officer who had been examining the bathroom stepped into the main room. "Detective, you need to see this." The bathroom floor was covered with small handprints, dozens of them, overlapping, all in what appeared to be dried blood. They led from the bathtub to the small window above the toilet. The window was open, its screen removed and propped against the wall. "The blood?" Sarah asked. "Initial test says human, child's handprints, but..." "But what?" "The finger proportions are wrong, too long." Sarah approached the bathtub. Inside was a child's pink backpack. She carefully unzipped it, revealing Emma's school materials, a change of clothes, and a diary. The last entry, dated the day before David and Laura's estimated time of death, was written in a steady hand, unlike the chaotic scrawl found in the Keller house. "Mommy and Daddy are sleeping now. They won't wake up. The cold lady says we can leave. She says I don't need them anymore." To this day, Emma Keller remains missing. Extensive searches of the surrounding forest yielded no results. The toxicology report confirmed that David and Laura died from an overdose of prescription sleeping medication, likely self-administered. The writings found in the Keller home and the hunting cabin have been analyzed by psychiatric professionals who suggest David suffered from folie douce with his wife, a shared psychotic disorder triggered by stress and isolation. Their delusions centered around their daughter, whom they came to believe was somehow changed or possessed. But questions remain. The handprints in the cabin bathroom belonged to Emma, but DNA testing found anomalies that experts have been unable to explain. The blood contained Emma's DNA combined with unidentified genetic material that one lab technician described as structurally impossible. The case remains open. On cold Minnesota nights, local police occasionally receive calls about a small figure seen standing at the edge of the forest near Lake Minnetonka. By the time officers arrive, there's never anyone there, just small footprints in the dirt, with fingers that seem too long, too thin to belong to a child. And sometimes, in empty houses around Millbrook, realtors report finding strange writing under refrigerator shelves, always in the same small, shaky letters. Crime 7, every envelope sent came back, ripped, rewritten, smeared in marker. On the back of each, short messages like "she's not here," "try again," or simply "no." The address was real. The house existed, but the person who lived there had been dead for over 20 years. It began in the spring of 2018 when Marion Oakes, a 67-year-old retired librarian from Stillwater, Minnesota, decided to reconnect with her childhood friend, Eleanor Whitman. The two women had grown up together in the small town of Cedar Creek, some 30 miles south of Minneapolis. They had been inseparable as children, spending long summer days exploring the woods behind Eleanor's house, building forts by the creek, and sharing secrets that only best friends could understand. Life, as it often does, had taken them in different directions. Marion had moved away for college, married, had children, and eventually settled in Stillwater. Eleanor had stayed in Cedar Creek, inheriting her parents' Victorian home on Maple Street, where she lived a quiet life teaching third grade at the local elementary school. They had kept in sporadic contact over the decades, Christmas cards, the occasional letter, once or twice a phone call to mark a significant birthday, but it had been nearly 15 years since they had spoken directly. Marion, now widowed and with her own children grown, felt a pull toward the past, toward the comfort of old memories and the friend who had shared them. She sent a letter, carefully handwritten on cream stationery, to Eleanor's address, the same house on Maple Street where they had played as children. 3 weeks later, the envelope returned. It was torn along one edge, and across the front, someone had written in thick black marker, "Return to sender, S.H. He's not here." Marion thought little of it at first. Perhaps Eleanor had moved, or the postal service had made a mistake. She called the Cedar Creek post office to confirm the address, then sent another letter. This one came back faster with a new message. "Stop trying. She can't read these." Something about the handwriting, jagged, pressed hard enough to tear through in places, unsettled Marion. She called the Cedar Creek Police Department, asking if someone could check on her friend. Officer Paul Jennings took the call. He was young, just 3 years on the force, but he recognized the address immediately. "Ma'am," he said gently, "there hasn't been anyone living at 47 Maple Street for quite some time. Eleanor Whitman passed away in 1996. Marion's world tilted. "That's impossible," she whispered. "I received a Christmas card from her in 2004. When Officer Jennings remained silent, she added, "I'm sure of it. It had a photo of her garden, the roses she was so proud of." The officer promised to look into it, but his tone suggested he was merely humoring an elderly woman confused about dates. Marion hung up unsatisfied. She went to her bedroom closet, where she kept boxes of correspondence organized by year. She found the card from 2004 with Eleanor's familiar handwriting and a photo of a rose garden. Then she found others from 2006, 2009, 2012, and the last one from 2015. Marion called Officer Jennings back. "I have proof," she said firmly. I have cards from Alina sent years after she supposedly died. This time Jennings' silence had a different quality. "Mrs. Oakes," he said slowly, "I think I should come to Stillwater to see these cards, and there's something you should know about Alina Whitman's death." 2 days later, Officer Jennings sat at Marion's kitchen table, examining the Christmas cards and letters. His face grew increasingly troubled as he looked through them. "These are postmarked from Cedar Creek," he confirmed. "But Alina Whitman definitely died in 1996. It was a case I studied during my training. She was found in her home at the bottom of the stairs. Initially ruled an accident, but there were complications." "What kind of complications?" Marion asked, her voice barely audible. "Signs of a struggle, evidence that she hadn't been alone when she fell, but no one was ever charged." He hesitated, then added, "The house on Maple Street has been empty ever since. The town considers it something of an eyesore, but there's been a legal battle over the property. Alina had no direct heirs, and distant relatives have been fighting over it for years." "Then who sent these cards?" Marion's hands trembled as she touched the familiar handwriting. Officer Jennings shook his head. "I don't know, but I intend to find out." What began as a personal mystery quickly became an official investigation. Handwriting analysts confirmed that the Christmas cards were indeed written by Alina Whitman, or someone who had perfectly mimicked her handwriting. The photos of the rose garden were determined to be from different years, showing subtle changes in the arrangement of plants and the growth of a maple tree visible in the background. Someone had been maintaining Alina's garden for years after her death. Someone had been sending cards in her name. And now, someone was returning Marion's letters with increasingly disturbing messages. Marion, despite Officer Jennings' concerns, insisted on traveling to Cedar Creek herself. "I need to see the house," she explained. "I need to understand." Cedar Creek was smaller than she remembered, the main street lined with the same storefronts, though many had different names now. Maple Street was quiet, lined with old trees that had grown taller and wider in her absence. And there, at number 47, stood Alina's Victorian home. It wasn't the abandoned wreck she had expected. The lawn was neatly mowed, the paint faded but not peeling, the windows intact though covered with heavy curtains. And in the front yard, a rose garden bloomed, carefully tended and arranged exactly as it appeared in the photographs she had received. Marion stood across the street, staring at the house, when a voice behind her asked, "Can I help you?" She turned to find an elderly man walking a small dog. His face was deeply lined, his eyes sharp beneath bushy white eyebrows. "I'm looking for information about Alina Whitman," Marion said. "I was a childhood friend." The man studied her for a long moment. "Alina's been gone a long time," he finally said, "since '96. I know that now, but I've been receiving cards from this address for years. Someone has been pretending to be her." The man's expression changed, a flicker of something, fear, recognition, crossing his face. "You should leave it alone," he said, his voice suddenly cold. "Some things are better left undisturbed." He tugged at his dog's leash and hurried away before Marion could ask anything else. Officer Jennings met her at a local diner, bringing with him the original case file on Alina's death. The photos were clinical, showing Alina's body at the bottom of the stairs, her neck at an unnatural angle. The autopsy report noted bruising on her arms and shoulders, consistent with being grabbed or pushed. There were scratches on her attacker's skin under her fingernails, but the DNA testing available in 1996 had been inconclusive. The primary suspect was her brother, Arthur Whitman, Jennings explained. He had moved in with her 6 months before her death after losing his job in his apartment in Minneapolis. Neighbors reported frequent arguments. Arthur claimed he was out at a bar the night she died, but no one could verify his alibi for the critical hours. "Did they arrest him?" Marion asked. They brought him in for questioning, but without solid evidence, they couldn't hold him. Arthur continued living in the house for about a month after Alina's death, then supposedly moved away. No one in town seems to know where he went. Jennings hesitated. At least, that's the official story. "What do you mean?" "There have been rumors, people claiming they've seen lights in the house late at night. A neighbor once reported seeing someone who looked like Alina gardening at dusk, but when police checked, the house was empty. And now these cards, sent to you for years after her death." He lowered his voice. "Some folks in town think Arthur never left, that he's been living there all along, somehow avoiding detection." "But that's," Marion started to say impossible, but stopped herself. After all, someone had maintained that garden. Someone had sent those cards. That night, Marion checked into the only motel in Cedar Creek. Despite Officer Jennings' warnings, she found herself drawn back to Maple Street after dark. The house stood silent, no lights visible through the heavy curtains. She walked slowly past, then stopped as a shadow moved behind one of the front windows. Heart pounding, she stepped closer to the iron fence surrounding the property. The roses gave off a sweet, heavy scent in the warm evening air. As she reached the gate, it swung open with a slight creak, as if inviting her in. Marion hesitated, then stepped onto the property. The front porch was clean, free of the debris and leaves one would expect from an abandoned house. She approached the door, raised her hand to knock, then froze as she heard movement inside. The door opened before she could retreat. Standing in the doorway was a figure she recognized immediately, despite the passage of time. The same heart-shaped face, the same gentle eyes, the same silver-streaked brown hair pulled back in a familiar style. "Alina," Marion whispered, her voice catching. The woman smiled, but there was something wrong with the smile. It didn't reach her eyes, which remained cold and calculating. "You shouldn't have come here, Marion," she said, and the voice was Alina's, yet not quite right. It was deeper, rougher around the edges. And in that moment, Marion understood. "Arthur," she said softly, "you've been pretending to be her all these years." The smile faltered. "She didn't have to die," he said, and now the voice was shifting, losing its feminine affect. "If she had just agreed to sell the house to share our parents' inheritance, but she was always so stubborn." "You killed her," Marion said, taking a step backward, "and then you became her." "I became who I was always meant to be," Arthur replied. "Alina had everything, the house, the respectable job, the friends who adored her. What did I have? Nothing but disappointment and failure, so I took her life, and then I took her identity." The porch light illuminated Arthur's face, showing the careful makeup, the wig styled exactly like Alina's hair. He had been living as his sister for over 20 years, maintaining her garden, sending her cards, keeping her memory alive in the most twisted way possible. "The police will be here soon," Marion said, though she hadn't called them. "Officer Jennings knows I came here." Arthur's expression darkened. "By the time they arrive, you'll be gone," he said, reaching toward her. "Just like Alina, just another tragic accident in this old house." Marion turned to run, but her foot caught on a loose board. She stumbled, nearly falling down the porch steps. Arthur's hand closed around her arm, his grip surprisingly strong. But before he could pull her back, headlights swept across the front of the house. A police cruiser pulled up to the curb, and Officer Jennings stepped out, his hand on his holstered weapon. "Mrs. Oakes," he called, "are you all right?" Arthur froze, then released Marion's arm. "This isn't over," he whispered, before disappearing back into the dark house, closing the door with a quiet click. The investigation that followed uncovered the full extent of Arthur Whitman's deception. For 22 years, he had lived a double life, rarely venturing into town except in his leaner disguise, maintaining the house and garden just enough to avoid suspicion. He had created a small studio in the attic where he crafted the Christmas cards and letters, carefully mimicking his sister's handwriting and documenting the garden he maintained in her memory and as his cover. But despite extensive searches, Arthur himself was never found. The house on Maple Street stood empty once more, its secrets locked behind those heavy curtains. The rose garden began to wilt without its caretaker. Marion returned to Stillwater, shaken but determined to honor the real Aliner's memory. She had given the police all the cards and letters, crucial evidence in a case that had gone cold decades ago. Months later, a final envelope arrived at Marion's home. Inside was a single dried rose petal and a note in that familiar handwriting, "Some stories never end." The Cedar Creek police searched the area once more but found nothing. The house on Maple Street was finally sold, its dark history becoming local legend. New owners tore out the rose garden, planted tulips instead. But sometimes in the early morning hours, neighbors report seeing a figure tending to phantom roses, nailing in the dirt where Aliner's garden once bloomed. By the time anyone can get a closer look, the figure is gone, leaving behind only footprints in the dew and the lingering scent of roses where no roses grow. Crime 8, tucked beneath the rusted wrenches and screws, was a pink diary, its pages stiff with age. Most entries were innocent, childlike, but toward the end the handwriting changed, angrier, more erratic. The final entry read, "He said the tools weren't for fixing." Maple Creek, Pennsylvania had always been the kind of place where people left their doors unlocked. A small town of just under 5,000 people, nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, where everyone knew everyone, and the most exciting news typically involved the high school football team or Mrs. Parker's award-winning pies at the county fair. Rebecca Lynn Miller had grown up in Maple Creek. She was 32 when she disappeared on October 17, 2018, a Wednesday like any other. Rebecca, or Becky as most called her, worked as a kindergarten teacher at Maple Creek Elementary. She lived alone in a modest two-bedroom house that had belonged to her grandmother, a place filled with antique furniture and faded photographs of smiling relatives. Those who knew Becky described her as gentle and reserved. She had shoulder-length brown hair that she often tied back with colorful scrunchies her students would gift her. Her colleagues noted that she always arrived early to prepare her classroom, arranging books and art supplies with meticulous care. Parents appreciated her quiet patience with their children. What few people knew about Becky was her private struggle with anxiety. After her parents died in a car accident when she was 26, she had begun keeping a diary, a small pink notebook with a butterfly embossed on its cover. Writing had become her therapy, her way of processing emotions she rarely shared with others. The morning she disappeared started like any other. Her neighbor, Elaine Crawford, saw her leaving for work at 7:15 a.m., travel mug in hand, wearing a burgundy cardigan and khaki pants. Becky waved as she always did. She taught her class, attended a brief faculty meeting after school, and was last seen by the school janitor, walking to her car at 4, 5:45 p.m. When Becky didn't show up for work the next day and didn't call in sick, something she had never failed to do in her 8 years of teaching, the school principal, Howard Decker, called her emergency contact, her cousin, Meredith. Meredith drove to Becky's house and found it undisturbed. Becky's car wasn't in the driveway. The mail from the previous day remained in the mailbox. A half-empty cup of tea sat on the kitchen counter. A thin film formed on its surface. The house felt suspended in time, as if Becky had just stepped out and would return any minute. But she didn't return. The Maple Creek Police Department opened a missing persons case 48 hours later. Detective James Harlow was assigned to lead the investigation. At 57, Harlow had spent most of his career handling petty theft, domestic disturbances, and the occasional drug bust. Missing persons cases were rare in Maple Creek, and those that did occur usually involved teenagers who'd run away to the city, only to return a few days later. Becky's case felt different from the start. She wasn't dating anyone, Meredith told Detective Harlow during their first interview. She wasn't the type to just take off. Something happened to her. The investigation began with standard procedures. Officers checked hospitals within a 50-mile radius. They pinged her cell phone, which appeared to be turned off. They ran her credit cards and found no activity since the afternoon of her disappearance, a gas station purchase at 5:12 p.m., about 4 miles from the school. The gas station's grainy security footage showed Becky at the pump, filling her silver Honda Civic. She appeared calm, checking her watch once. Nothing seemed amiss. The attendant remembered her buying a bottle of water and a granola bar, her usual purchase. He didn't notice anything unusual about her demeanor. 5 days into the investigation, state police found Becky's car abandoned in a rest area off Highway 79, about 30 miles from Maple Creek. The keys were missing. Her purse wasn't in the vehicle. A light rain had washed away any potential fingerprints on the exterior. Inside, forensics found only Becky's prints and those of a few friends she had driven over the years. The discovery of the car shifted the investigation's tone. Local news outlets began covering the story. Missing teacher's car found empty screamed the headlines. Community members organized search parties, combing through woods and fields, their faces etched with worry and determination. Detective Harlow began interviewing everyone in Becky's life: colleagues, students, parents, distant relatives, former classmates. A pattern emerged from these conversations. Becky was well liked but kept to herself. She had few close friends. Her life revolved around her students and her home. She occasionally mentioned wanting to travel but never followed through on these dreams. She was afraid of so many things, her cousin Meredith revealed during a follow-up interview. Ever since her parents died, it was like she was waiting for the next terrible thing to happen. 3 weeks into the investigation, with few leads and mounting pressure from the community, Detective Harlow decided to conduct another, more thorough search of Becky's house. This time they would look for anything, any detail that might explain her disappearance or state of mind. In her bedroom closet, behind a stack of winter sweaters, officers found a small wooden box containing letters from someone named D. The letters were friendly at first, then increasingly affectionate. The most recent was dated just 2 weeks before her disappearance. It read, "I know you're scared, but trust me. I can help you start over. You deserve more than this small town." The discovery prompted a new direction in the investigation. Who was D? No one in Becky's known circle had a name starting with this letter. Harlow compiled a list of all the Davids, Daniels, Derricks, and Douglases in Maple Creek and surrounding areas who might have crossed paths with Becky. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Elaine Crawford, Becky's neighbor, mentioned in passing that a man had been doing renovation work on Becky's house the previous summer. "I think his name was Darren or Damon," she said. "Quiet guy, drove a white pickup, always seemed to be around even after the work was supposedly finished." Records showed that Becky had hired a handyman named Dominic Reeves to fix her porch and update some plumbing. Dominic, 41, had a minor criminal record, a DUI 7 years prior, and an assault charge that had been dropped. He lived alone in a rental property 15 miles from Maple Creek. When officers arrived at Dominic's address, they found the house empty, mail piled up. Neighbors said they hadn't seen him in weeks. His landlord confirmed that Dominic had paid rent through the end of the month and mentioned he might be taking a job out of state. A search warrant for Dominic's residence revealed a sparsely furnished home. In the garage, they found a workbench with various tools neatly arranged: hammers, screwdrivers, pliers. In the corner stood a large red toolbox. Detective Harlow, following instinct and procedure, carefully opened the toolbox. Underneath a layer of rusted tools lay Becky's pink diary. The diary entries painted a disturbing picture. Initially, Becky wrote about Dominic as a kind man who listened to her anxieties, who seemed to understand her in ways others didn't. Over time, their relationship evolved beyond professional. She wrote about feeling conflicted, drawn to his attention, yet uncomfortable with his growing possessiveness. The final entries were increasingly concerning. Dominic had begun showing up unannounced. He'd made comments about saving her from her mundane life. The last entry, dated October 16, one day before her disappearance, read, "He said the tools weren't for fixing. I don't know what he meant, but it scared me. I told him I can't see him anymore. He didn't take it well." The investigation now focused entirely on locating Dominic Reeves. His photo was distributed to law enforcement agencies across multiple states. His bank records showed a withdrawal of $5,000 the day after Becky's disappearance. His cell phone had been inactive since the same date. 2 months passed. Winter settled over Maple Creek, covering the search areas with snow. Hope diminished with each passing day. Becky's students made cards for her, believing she was on a long trip and would return. Adults exchanged knowing glances, their expressions somber. Then in early January, a hiker discovered a disturbed area of ground in Blackwood Forest, about 40 miles from Maple Creek. The melting snow had revealed what appeared to be a shallow grave. Forensic teams worked carefully, documenting and preserving every detail of the scene. The remains they uncovered were identified through dental records as Rebecca Lynn Miller. The medical examiner determined she had died from blunt force trauma to the head. Near the grave site, investigators found a single work glove, the kind commonly used by handymen and construction workers. Soil samples contained microscopic metal filings consistent with those found in Dominic's garage. But Dominic Reeves remained at large. 6 months after the discovery of Becky's remains, a routine traffic stop in Tucson, Arizona, led to the arrest of a man using the name David Richards. Fingerprint analysis confirmed his identity as Dominic Reeves. In his possession were Becky's car keys and a photograph of her taken at school without her knowledge. During interrogation, Dominic maintained his innocence. He claimed Becky had planned to leave town with him, that they were in love, that something must have gone wrong after they parted ways. But the evidence told a different story of obsession, rejection, and violence. In Dominic's Tucson apartment, investigators found a new toolbox. Inside was a journal of his own, detailing his relationships with women in 3 different states. Each entry followed a similar pattern, gaining trust, isolation, escalating control. Becky's name appeared throughout the final pages, sometimes loving, sometimes filled with rage. The trial of Dominic Reeves began in the spring of 2020. The prosecution built their case methodically. The diary, the toolbox, the forensic evidence, the pattern of behavior. Becky's students, now second graders, wore butterfly pins in her memory. While justice would eventually be served with a guilty verdict and a life sentence without possibility of parole, the people of Maple Creek were left to grapple with how someone so gentle could meet such a violent end, how a trusted handyman could harbor such darkness, and how a simple pink diary could hold the answers that an entire town had been searching for. Elaine Crawford, who still lives next door to Becky's now empty house, sometimes sits on her porch and looks over at the renovated steps that Dominic built. The most terrifying thing, she once told a reporter, is that he fixed that porch so perfectly. Every nail, every board, perfect. You'd never know by looking at his work what he was capable of. In Maple Creek today, doors that once remained unlocked are now secured with dead bolts. Parents walk their children to school, and in Becky's former classroom, a small butterfly garden grows outside the window, a reminder of the teacher whose diary revealed the truth too late. The toolbox, that seemingly innocent container of everyday tools, now sits in an evidence locker, a chilling testament to how easily darkness can hide in plain sight, and how the most ordinary objects can tell the most extraordinary stories. Crime 9 used chewing gum, flattened, dried, stuck perfectly along the beams. Each wad had a small note pressed into it. Pieces of torn receipts, grocery lists, ripped photos, all the handwriting was the same, and one note simply read, "Found her, stuck now." Detective Maya Lewin stood motionless in the cramped attic space of 347 Pinecrest Drive. The air was thick with dust and a faint sweet smell she couldn't place. She'd seen many disturbing crime scenes in her 15 years with the Briarwood Police Department, but something about this methodical display made her stomach tighten in a way she hadn't felt since the Hollister case back in 2018. The house belonged to Alina Wade, 67, a retired high school librarian who had lived alone since her husband's death 8 years ago. Alina's daughter, Caroline, had reported her missing 3 days earlier after her mother failed to show up for their standing Sunday brunch date. When Caroline let herself into the house with her spare key, everything appeared normal at first glance. Dishes washed and put away, bed neatly made, medication organized in daily pill containers. But Alina wasn't answering her phone. Her silver Toyota Camry sat in the garage. Her purse hung on the hook by the door, wallet and keys inside. It was only when Caroline checked the backyard that she noticed the pull-down attic stairs had been lowered from the ceiling of the covered porch. Alina never went into the attic. Her arthritis made climbing dangerous, and she told Caroline many times that there was nothing up there but dust and memories. Detective Lewin carefully documented the scene, photographing each piece of gum and its accompanying note. There were 47 in total, arranged in perfect rows along the wooden beams. Some of the notes dated back nearly 6 months. Saw her at the grocery store again. She doesn't notice me watching. Her curtains stay open until 10:15 p.m. Found the spare key under the stone turtle. The handwriting was cramped but neat, written in black ink on scraps that seemed meticulously torn to uniform size. Forensics would later confirm that all notes were written by the same person. But there was no sign of a liner. The case quickly consumed the small town of Briarwood, population 9,746. Alina Wade was well known and well liked. She volunteered at the public library on Thursdays, attended morning water aerobics at the community center, and was famous for her lemon bars at church potlucks. Her husband, Thomas, had been the town's only optometrist until his death from pancreatic cancer in 2016. Mom was just normal, Caroline told Detective Lewin during their third interview. They sat at Alina's kitchen table, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the floral tablecloth. Caroline was 42, a pharmaceutical sales representative who lived 40 minutes away in Lakeside with her husband and teenage son. Did she ever mention feeling watched, receiving strange phone calls, seeing someone unfamiliar around the house? Lewin asked, though she'd asked these same questions twice before. Caroline shook her head slowly. Nothing, but Mom she didn't like to worry people. She might not have told me. Her voice caught. I should have checked on her more often. The investigation spread outward like ripples in still water. Detectives canvassed the neighborhood. They interviewed Alina's friends from church, her former colleagues, the teenagers who shoveled her driveway in winter. Everyone described Alina the same way, kind, quiet, predictable. 3 weeks after Alina's disappearance, forensics finally identified a partial fingerprint on one of the gum wrappers found in the trash can beside the attic stairs. The print belonged to Jason Merrick, 41, a cable installation technician who had serviced Alina's home 7 months earlier when she reported issues with her internet connection. Merrick lived alone in an apartment complex on the outskirts of town. When detectives arrived at his door with a search warrant, he seemed unsurprised. He offered them coffee in a voice so soft they had to ask him to repeat himself twice. His apartment was sparse and meticulously organized. In the bedroom closet, they found a shoebox containing strands of gray hair, a woman's reading glasses, and a small silver earring that Caroline later identified as belonging to her mother. There was also a worn library card with Alina's name on it. During the interrogation, Merrick spoke slowly, his eyes focused somewhere beyond the cinder block walls of the interview room. "She reminded me of my mother," he said, "the way she offered me lemonade, the little bird figurines on her shelves, even the way she tucked her hair behind her ear." Merrick's mother had died when he was 12. Records showed he had spent his teenage years in foster care after his father was imprisoned for drug trafficking. "I just wanted to know her," Merrick continued, "to understand what made her so peaceful. I never meant to scare her." According to Merrick's confession, he had returned to Alina's house multiple times after the initial service call, watching her from his car or sometimes from the wooded area behind her property. He had discovered the spare key and began entering her home while she was at water aerobics or church. "I would just sit in her chair, touch her things, try to understand." The ritual with the gum had started as a way to mark his visits. My mom always chewed Wrigley's spearmint. Mrs. Wade had the same kind in her purse. But what happened to Alina? Merrick's story began to falter. "That day was different," he said, his voice barely audible. "She came home early. I was in the attic. I'd never been up there before, just curious, I guess. She must have heard me moving around." According to Merrick, Alina had climbed the attic stairs and confronted him. There was a struggle. She fell. "I didn't mean to hurt her," he insisted. "She was just so scared she wouldn't stop screaming." Detectives and forensic teams searched the wooded areas surrounding Alina's house, the abandoned wells on the outskirts of town, and the slow-moving river that wound through Briarwood. They brought in cadaver dogs and ground-penetrating radar. They drained a small pond a half-mile from Merrick's apartment complex. But Elena Wade's body was never found. Jason Merrick was charged with breaking and entering, stalking, and second-degree murder. The evidence against him was substantial: the fingerprint, the items in his possession, and his own confession. He pled guilty to all charges and was sentenced to 25 years to life at Greenfield State Penitentiary. The case should have been closed, but something continued to trouble Detective Lewin. Merrick's confession, while detailed about his obsession with Elena, became vague when describing what happened to her body. He claimed he took care of it, but couldn't or wouldn't provide specifics. And despite an exhaustive search, no physical evidence of Elena was ever found beyond the items in Merrick's apartment. 6 months after Merrick's sentencing, Lewin received permission to interview him again. By then, he had become almost catatonic, speaking only to his court-appointed psychiatrist. During their meeting, Merrick said only one thing, repeated 3 times in that same soft voice: "She's stuck now, just like me." That night, Lewin returned to Elena's house, which remained empty, Caroline unable to sell it in the small town where everyone knew its history. The detective climbed the attic stairs again, studying the now empty beams where the rows of gum had been collected as evidence. In the far corner where the roof sloped to meet the floor, something caught her eye. A small gap between 2 floorboards, barely visible in the beam of her flashlight. Using a pocket knife, she pried up one of the boards. There, in the narrow space between the attic floor and the ceiling below, was a tarnished locket on a delicate chain. Inside was a faded photograph of a young woman with a small boy, a boy with Jason Merrick's distinctive eyes. The locket hadn't been mentioned in any of the evidence reports. It wasn't Elena's, and Merrick had never spoken of it. As Detective Lewin carefully replaced the floorboard, she couldn't shake the feeling that the truth about what happened in this attic was far more complex than the confession they'd received. That perhaps Elena Wade wasn't the only one with secrets. That perhaps in some way both Elena and Jason were indeed stuck now, one in whatever resting place he had created for her, and the other in the prison of his own disturbed mind. The case officially remains solved. Jason Merrick will likely spend the rest of his life in prison. Caroline Wade eventually moved away from Briarwood, unable to bear the whispers and sympathetic glances that followed her through town. And the house at 347 Pinecrest Drive still stands empty, its attic stairs now permanently sealed, the mysteries within preserved like those small notes pressed into gum, marking moments that changed lives forever. Story 10: The Enigmatic Manor. The tale of the old manor began with a peculiar quirk that caught the attention of the new homeowners. Late at night, the ancient intercom system crackled with a mysterious energy, a remnant of a bygone era, silent yet alive. The system, once rewired but long forgotten, held secrets waiting to be unveiled. One fateful night, the husband, driven by curiosity, pressed the button on the intercom. A soft whisper, barely audible, crackled through the speaker, sending shivers down his spine. "Why did you come back?" the voice intoned, a haunting question that lingered in the air. Startled, he recoiled, hands trembling in the dim light. His wife, a shadow behind him, denied ever speaking those words. The Victorian manor, nestled amidst ancient oak trees, exuded a sense of mystery and intrigue. Its weathered exterior belied the modern renovations within, a blend of history and contemporary luxury. Daniel and Meredith Parker, the new owners, had been drawn to the property by its rich history and unique features. The intercom system, a relic connecting all rooms, had captured their imagination despite the unease they sensed during the initial walkthrough with the real estate agent. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor, the gravel crunching beneath her unmarked vehicle as she approached the scene. A call about a possible break-in had led her there, but there was an unspoken undercurrent, a feeling that there was more to uncover in the shadows of the old house. Daniel, his face pale in the porch light, recounted the strange occurrences that had plagued them since moving in. The intercom, once a source of static, had transformed into a conduit for whispers and fragmented sentences that seemed to echo from another realm. Meredith, her hands wrapped around a steaming mug, revealed a startling discovery they had made behind a wall during a renovation project. A hidden compartment revealed a small leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed with age and filled with the elegant yet frantic handwriting of a woman named Alina, the previous owner. Alina's entries painted a chilling picture of her growing fear of her husband, Vincent, and his malevolent intentions towards her. The final entry, dated 3 decades ago, marked the abrupt end of her recorded thoughts, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and lingering dread. The investigation unearthed the tragic history of Vincent and Alina Blackwood, the former owners of the manor. Records hinted at a dark past, with Vincent selling the house shortly after Alina's disappearance, a disappearance never officially documented through divorce papers or a change of address. As Detective Reeves delved deeper into the case, a team of experts discovered anomalies beneath the garden shed's foundation. With careful precision, they unearthed human remains, a grim testament to a long-buried secret. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton belonged to a woman in her 40s, bearing signs of a violent end. A gold wedding band, inscribed with the words "To Alina, my eternal love," tied the remains to the tragic figure of the missing woman. Vincent Blackwood, now elderly and residing in a care facility, was confronted with the evidence of his crimes. His confession, chilling in its calmness, revealed a web of deception and manipulation that spanned decades. Vincent's desire for silence had driven him to unspeakable acts, sealing Alina's fate within the walls of their home. The trial was swift, with Vincent pleading guilty to the murder of his wife. The judge, acknowledging the premeditated nature of the crime and the years of deceit that followed, delivered a harsh sentence befitting the heinous acts committed. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the manor's dark legacy, chose to sell the property, leaving behind the echoes of a tragic past. Before their departure, they held a solemn memorial for Alina in the garden, a final tribute to the woman who had been silenced for far too long. The intercom system, a conduit for the voices of the past, was removed by the subsequent owners during renovations. The workers, oblivious to the history embedded within the walls, reported hearing whispers and static during the dismantling process, attributing it to mere interference. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file one last time before it was archived, reflecting on the enigmatic nature of the house and its haunting secrets. The manila folder closed with a finality, but the echoes of Alina's voice lingered in the corridors of the manor, a reminder of a tragedy long overdue for justice. The manor, now stripped of its dark past, stood silent and stoic, a sentinel of time and memory. Detective Reeves, driving past the property on her way home, felt a sense of unease wash over her, a whisper of the past carried on the wind. She never stopped, but her window rolled down slightly, listening for echoes of a voice long silenced, a presence that refused to fade into obscurity. Story 11: The Enigmatic House at the Wood's Edge. The town whispered of a house nestled at the edge of the dark woods, shrouded in mystery and forgotten by time. Its windows gazed out like vacant eyes, while its weary porch bore the weight of countless seasons gone by. No one laid claim to its ownership, no memory lingered of the hands that fashioned it into existence. Yet one fateful day, a group of curious hikers strayed too close to its weathered walls. There, etched into the ancient wooden siding, they beheld a peculiar sight, names carved with precision, as if etched by an unseen hand with a message to convey. And at the very bottom of this eerie list, fresh and untarnished, was a name unfamiliar to them all, until a trembling voice broke the silence, whispering, "That name, it's mine." In the stillness of night, a call pierced through the darkness, marking a mere trespassing incident in official records. Mason Wright, the lead hiker who stumbled upon his own name etched into the abandoned house, recounted his unsettling discovery to the responding officers. Expecting a simple case of mischief or juvenile prank, the law enforcers ventured forth, unaware of the enigma awaiting them. Detective Sarah Keller arrived at the scene as twilight draped its cloak over the forest, her flashlight piercing through the shadows to reveal the facade of the enigmatic structure. Names 27 in total adorn the eastern wall, some faded with age, others sharp and fresh as if carved but moments ago. And amidst this cryptic array, Mason Wright stood out, the marks still redolent of newly hewn wood. "I've never set foot here before," Mason asserted, his breath materializing in wisps in the chill air. "How can this place know my name?" Thus began the enigmatic investigation, delving into the backgrounds of each name inscribed on that haunted wall. The chilling truth unveiled sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. The names belonged to individuals reported missing over the span of 4 decades, vanishing into the wilderness while on solitary hikes. Some cases had grown cold with time, while others remained open, all united by the harrowing detail of their inexplicable disappearances. Forensic scrutiny documented each carving meticulously, scrutinizing the depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest inscription, Rebecca Hansen, harked back to a missing persons case from 37 years past, recounting the tale of a young woman who ventured into the woods, never to return save for a lone hiking boot discovered near a babbling stream. Mason's recounting remained steadfast and unwavering through extensive interviews, his bafflement mirroring that of the investigators. With no discernible ties to the area beyond his recent hike with college comrades, he professed ignorance of the other names adorning the ominous wall. Attention turned to Mason's companions, particularly Emily Chen, whose photographs captured more than mere memories of their trek. Analysts discerned a spectral figure, obscured yet present in multiple images, haunting the periphery of their journey. Ordered by Detective Keller, a search of the abandoned house's interior unearthed a disturbing tableau in the basement, a macabre display of personal effects belonging to the missing hikers, meticulously arranged and labeled with corresponding names. Bloodstains, invisible to the naked eye, whispered of sinister deeds long concealed beneath layers of dust and neglect. As the shadows of suspicion deepened, Mason's demeanor grew increasingly erratic, his reports of eerie phenomena escalating whispers in the night, enigmatic footprints leading to his door but vanishing into the ether. Assigned protection, his paranoia burgeoned, casting a pall over his every waking moment. A breakthrough dawned with the unearthing of forgotten land records, tracing the house's lineage to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. an ominous figure of local lore. Blackwood's disappearance years prior bore the mark of enigma, his shadowy existence intersecting with the unfolding tragedy. Armed with newfound knowledge, Detective Keller spearheaded a search deeper into the forest, unearthing a network of concealed hunting blinds and a damning journal within one, an unsettling chronicle of Blackwood's predatory pursuits, from animal prey to human quarry, meticulously documented with a chilling precision that bespoke a malevolent intellect. The manhunt for Blackwood spanned jurisdictions, deploying every resource to track down the elusive predator. Mason, meanwhile, slipped beyond reach, leaving behind a cryptic message that hinted at a grim turn of fate. A grim discovery within Blackwood's abode marked a pivotal juncture, revealing a hidden workshop harboring ominous tools and a freshly carved name, a harbinger of doom for one of their own. Surveillance tightened its grip around the house, awaiting the inevitable reckoning. In the dead of night, sensors stirred from their slumber, alerting to an intruder's presence, a spectral figure, impossibly slender, advancing toward the house with an unholy grace. Tactical squads closed in, only for the ephemeral figure to vanish into the night, leaving behind a void of unanswered questions and lingering dread. To this day, the enigmatic house stands under vigilant watch, a sentinel to the horrors that befell Mason and the forgotten technician, lost to the clutches of a malevolent force that prowls the wooded expanse. The investigation persists, drawing fresh resources as echoes of similar vanishings reverberate through other forested realms. The names on that haunted wall weave a tapestry of terror, their whispers haunting the corridors of law enforcement. Some officers dare not utter them aloud, while others steer clear of the case entirely. And the local hikers, once heedless of the house's silent vigil, now skirt its periphery, wary of invoking the wrath that consigned those accursed names to oblivion. Story 12. The aged envelope with its yellowed edges and a fresh stamp hinted at a story just unfolding. The detective, with a cautious touch, unsealed it. Inside lay a single sheet of paper bearing a message typed in a hurried, uneven script. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper exuded a dampness, carrying with it a faint scent of iron. A reddish smear along the bottom edge caught their attention. It wasn't mere ink. Detective Sarah Morgan, her fingers gloved, preserved the letter in an evidence bag with practiced care. The forensics team's findings confirmed her suspicions. The reddish stain was human blood, a match to DNA from an unsolved homicide case that had lingered in the shadows of the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, bearing multiple stab wounds. Her laptop vanished, notes scattered, hinting at a connection between the attack and a story she had been chasing. Despite numerous interviews and relentless investigation, the case had turned cold. Yet a letter addressed simply to Homicide Division had now surfaced at the police department, stirring the still waters. The paper and envelope yielded few prints, only faint smudges hinting at gloved hands. The postmark offered a glimmer of direction after months of stagnation. Morgan gathered her team in the dimly lit briefing room, the walls echoing with the silent cries of unsolved mysteries. She affixed the image of the letter at the heart of the board, declaring, "This changes everything." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner, examined the letter with a cautious eye. "Or is it a ploy to deceive us?" he mused. The blood could be a theatrical touch, a sinister game of shadows. The forensics team traced the typewriter's unique impressions to a bygone model, rare yet not beyond reach. They embarked on a quest, reaching out to antique aficionados in search of this relic from the past. As the investigation gathered pace, they delved deeper into Rebecca's world. Her editor painted a portrait of a relentless soul, unearthing corruption with unwavering determination. Her recent inquiry had delved into a wealthy family entangled in local politics, shadows shrouding their every move. The family's patriarch's recent demise left behind a web of deceit, siblings pointing fingers at each other in a macabre dance of inheritance. Interviews with Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, unveiled cracks in his facade. Once a pillar of strength, now a trembling leaf in the wind, his words unveiled a chilling truth. Rebecca feared a shadow trailing her, he confessed. I dismissed it as paranoia, a byproduct of her relentless pursuit. I should have listened. While the detectives pursued this new light, a second letter arrived, bearing the same typewritten message, the same crimson signature. This time the confession ran deeper. She uncovered the family's dark secrets, the inheritance, the patriarch's demise. I never intended for it to reach such depths. The trail led to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where the eldest son, Richard, stood guard over a collection of antiques, including vintage typewriters. His words, rehearsed and hollow, raised suspicion. The pivotal moment arrived when microscopic fibers on the envelopes pointed to custom stationery exclusive to the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. Questioned, she unveiled Richard's clandestine use of her stationery. A search of Richard's abode unearthed a hidden chamber, a vault of damning evidence, clippings of Rebecca, surveillance snapshots, and a vintage typewriter echoing the letter's voice. Blood analysis sealed the connection to Rebecca. Yet the unforeseen twist emerged in the shadows linking Richard and Michael. Financial records unveiled a sinister dance of payments from Richard to Michael in the days preceding Rebecca's tragedy. Confronted, Michael crumbled, his words a shattered mirror reflecting guilt. Rebecca unearthed the poison in Richard's heart. The web of deceit spun around his inheritance, he confessed. I relayed her findings to Richard, hoping to scare her off. I never envisioned he'd silence her forever. The final chord struck when Eleanor stepped forth with a damning recording, an echo from the shadows, capturing Richard's sinister whispers. She must vanish into the night. Richard's flight ended in chains, the courtroom the stage for justice's dance. The prosecution wove a tapestry of guilt from the blood-stained letters, the ancient typewriter, the financial trails, and Eleanor's damning testimony. Michael, bargaining his soul for truth, penned a tale of darkness in exchange for redemption. In the courtroom's hushed whispers, Richard clung to innocence's fading light, casting shadows of doubt on Michael's testimony. Yet the scales tipped inexorably towards justice. The jury's swift deliberation echoed a somber truth as Richard faced his reckoning. Detective Morgan, a shadow in the court's embrace, approached Rebecca's grieving kin with a silent solace. Words faltered at the precipice of their sorrow, but in the conviction's echo, a semblance of peace stirred. The blood-stained letters lingered in the vaults of evidence, a reminder that shadows fade but echoes linger, that even the shrouded whispers of the past find voice in the light of truth. The saga of Rebecca Warren, a beacon in the night, etched itself into the annals of detective lore, a reminder that sometimes the key to unlocking shadows lies not in the glare of technology, but in the quiet whispers of a typewriter echoing the weight of guilt on a killer's soul. Story 13, The Tale of the Mysterious Mask. The costume emporium was on the brink of closure, its shelves bare as it liquidated its remnants of the past. Amidst the fading relics, a woman's hand reached out to touch a mask, its delicate features both captivating and eerily lifelike. Placing it on the checkout counter, the cashier hesitated, murmuring, "That's not from our stock." Perplexed, the woman inspected the mask only to find it devoid of any identifying tag. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to take it home. That very night, a soft, rustling sound roused her from slumber. A whisper of fabric shifting in the darkness. Startled, she sought out the mask she had left on her dresser, only to discover it perched on her nightstand, facing her with an unsettling gaze. This woman, known as Catherine Reed, would soon be discovered by her concerned neighbor. The neighbor, returning a borrowed book, stumbled upon a chilling scene. The front door ajar, the morning light spilled into the dim interior, revealing Catherine's lifeless form on the bedroom floor, the mysterious mask nowhere in sight. Detective Morgan arrived at the somber tableau, the shutter clicks synchronizing with the hushed tones of the investigators. No signs of forced entry, an officer remarked, his pen scratching notes in the silence. The detective, her gaze keen and observant, absorbed every detail of the room. A jar drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass, ordinary yet for the tragic figure that lay before them, forever stilled in fear. The medical examiner, his expression grave, puzzled over the cause of death. No visible wounds, no apparent struggle, he intoned, drawing attention to the frozen terror etched on Catherine's face. Bending closer, the detective whispered, something frightened her to her core. Catherine, an art appraiser with a meticulous eye for detail, had led a quiet existence, renowned for her ability to discern authenticity. Colleagues spoke of her talent for spotting discrepancies that eluded others. The detective pondered whether this very acumen had unwittingly led to her demise. A curious turn came with the examination of security footage from the costume shop. The cashier's bewilderment at the mask's origin piqued the detective's interest. Digging deeper, the shop owner disclosed a troubling history tied to peculiar items acquired from an estate sale shrouded in mystery. Forensics uncovered microscopic fibers on Catherine's hands, a strange blend of human hair and an enigmatic organic substance defying identification. Each victim in similar cases had acquired an enigmatic mask before meeting their tragic end, their faces etched with unadulterated terror. Consulting with a retired detective, a cache of ancient masks revealed a startling revelation, hidden symbols hinting at a ritual of soul transference. A journal secreted within Catherine's abode unveiled her descent into paranoia, her chilling discovery of the mask's malevolent nature. The investigation culminated in a chilling truth: death by sheer terror induced cardiac arrest. What could instill such paralyzing fear to stop a heart in its tracks? Surveillance footage unveiled a figure exiting Catherine's residence, donning the mask with her likeness, a mechanical mimicry of her movements. Despite the alert for the missing mask, its reappearance in a distant vintage shop remained elusive, sold to an unknown buyer. The enigma persists, shrouded in unsolved mysteries, the detective safeguarding Catherine's journal as a testament to the inexplicable forces at play. In the dead of night, a specter of unease lingers, a whisper of impending dread. The mask, a vessel hungry for souls, bides its time, waiting for its next unwitting host. An ancient cycle of possession, veiled in shadows, continues its relentless pursuit of victims from ages past to present. The mask remains at large, a malevolent force lurking in the shadows, poised to claim its next victim in the eternal dance of darkness and death. Story 14. In the dim light of the attic, hidden beneath a forgotten blanket, they stumbled upon it. A porcelain doll, fragile and ancient, with eyes the color of a tranquil sea, staring out unblinkingly. Sarah and Michael, a young couple drawn to the Victorian house's mysterious allure, chuckled at the sight of the doll, dismissing it as just another relic of the past. As night settled in, a subtle unease crept over them. The air grew heavy, the silence thick, and when morning dawned, the doll was no longer nestled in the attic shadows. It had silently taken its place at the foot of their bed, a silent sentinel watching over them. Detective Rachel Winters, a keen investigator with a penchant for the enigmatic, was called to the scene on a crisp autumn morning. In the master bedroom, a chilling tableau awaited her. The female victim posed unnaturally, limbs bent at precise angles, eyes wide with fear. In the hallway, the male victim seemed frozen in a desperate attempt to flee. With meticulous care, Detective Winters began her investigation, unraveling the threads of a mystery that seemed to defy logic. The crime scene, pristine and untouched, held no clues of a struggle, no signs of forced entry. It was as if the victims had met their fate without a trace of their assailant. Interviews with neighbors unveiled whispers of unseen shadows and ghostly laughter echoing through the empty house at night. The forensic team's discoveries only deepened the mystery. Traces of antique fabrics clustered around the victims, as if the very essence of the doll had permeated the scene. Delving into the house's dark past, Detective Winters uncovered a chilling pattern of tragedy. Previous owners had met mysterious ends, each death shrouded in unanswered questions and eerie occurrences. A tale emerged of a doll maker consumed by grief, his final creation rumored to hold a sinister secret. Old photographs hidden beneath the attic floorboards revealed the doll maker's haunting collection, with one doll mirroring the one found by Sarah and Michael. Infrared scans unveiled spectral handprints trailing from the attic to the master bedroom, hinting at a malevolent presence that defied explanation. A chance encounter with a distant relative of the doll maker shed light on arcane rituals and whispered legends of objects imbued with more than mere life. The truth, elusive and unsettling, eluded conventional understanding, leaving the case at a standstill. And then, in a twist of fate as eerie as the case itself, the doll vanished from police custody, leaving behind a trail of inexplicable events. Detective Winters, her mind clouded by a blank night of amnesia, retired early, haunted by the mysteries that eluded her grasp. The house changed hands once more, its dark history a whispered caution among the curious. The attic, now empty save for a lone blanket, remained a silent witness to the secrets that lingered in its shadows. And as the new owners chose to leave it undisturbed, a faint laughter echoed on the still night air, a ghostly reminder of a past that refused to be forgotten. Story 15. The old house had sat silent, untouched by life for what felt like an eternity. Whispers in the neighborhood spoke of a young woman who had vanished, her presence fading into the shadows of memory. And yet, when the new occupants crossed the threshold, they encountered a mystery shrouded in dust and silence. The bedroom, sealed off from the world, held its secrets close. As the door yielded to their persistence, a heavy stillness filled the air, a weight of the past that clung to every surface. The bed, neatly made, stood as though frozen in time, while the mirror reflected a world devoid of life. On the desk, a solitary candle had burned its last flicker, leaving behind trails of hardened wax like tear tracks on a face long forgotten. But it was the sight of the open notebook that sent shivers down their spines. Fresh ink glistened on the page, a silent echo of a voice long gone. Detective Morgan, with a quiet determination, pored over the words that spilled forth from the pen of Elise Winters, a name lost to the winds of time. Her script danced across the pages, a tale of meticulous precision and hidden truths until the final entry, etched with a desperation that seeped through the paper. "I know he's watching me tonight," the words whispered from the page. "The shadows grow long and the whispers linger. If my voice falls silent, let these words speak for me." The room bore witness to a story untold, a narrative woven with threads of deceit and betrayal. Elise, a paralegal with a keen eye for detail, had stumbled upon a web of deception within the walls of Harriman and Associates. secrets buried deep within financial documents, whispers of numbers twisted and truths obscured. The detective traced the contours of Elise's life, piecing together fragments of a puzzle left to gather dust. Her colleagues spoke of a woman consumed by her discoveries, of late nights and whispered fears that danced on the edge of reason. The photographs captured her essence, a portrait of defiance in the face of darkness. But it was the room itself that held the key to unraveling the mystery. In its stillness, faint echoes of a struggle lingered, whispers of a truth waiting to be unearthed. The candle, a silent sentinel, bore witness to secrets buried beneath its waxy shroud. As the investigators delved deeper, hidden truths began to surface. A flash drive, a key, a trail of breadcrumbs leading to a vault of damning evidence. The whispers of corruption within the firm, the shadows of greed that clouded judgment, all laid bare in the digital whispers that echoed from the drives. The truth, like a specter, haunted the halls of justice. Elise's voice, a beacon in the darkness, echoed through the recordings, a testament to a life cut short in pursuit of truth. The revelations sent shockwaves through the corridors of power, shaking the foundations of deceit to their core. And yet the mystery remained unsolved, a shadow lingering at the edge of perception. The truth, a fragile thread woven through the tapestry of lies, waited to be unraveled. It was in the darkness of the hidden passage that the answers lay, a pathway to justice obscured by walls of deception. Vincent Harriman, a man of power and privilege, stood accused in the courts of law. His denials rang hollow in the face of evidence that spoke louder than words. The truth, a silent witness to the crimes that had been committed, waited patiently for justice to be served. In the end, it was Elise's voice that spoke the loudest, a whisper in the wind that carried the weight of truth. Her legacy, a room frozen in time, stood as a testament to her courage and conviction. The light that flickered in the window, a beacon of hope in the darkness, a reminder that justice, though delayed, would always find a way. And so the house stood empty once more, a relic of a past steeped in shadows. Its walls whispered of secrets long buried, of a young woman who had dared to challenge the darkness. In the stillness of the night, her spirit lingered, a guardian of the truth waiting to be heard. Story 16. The gentle current whispered its lullaby that quiet morning, the water mirroring the sky in its stillness. The fisherman's gaze skimmed the surface, almost missing the anomaly, a lone suitcase bobbing near the shore. Initially dismissing it as discarded items, his curiosity drew him closer as he waded through the shallows. A wave of putrid scent enveloped him, thick and suffocating, as he realized this was no ordinary find. Chains tightly wound around the case, its edges kissed by rust from exposure to the elements. When authorities pried it open, the contents revealed a chilling truth. Not clothes, but a tangle of hair, fingers clenched in a frozen grip, and at the bottom a haunting note, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, her steps measured as she took in the grim tableau. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s, with dark locks and skin marked by water's embrace, lay before her. The meticulous work of the medical examiner painted a somber picture, every detail catalogued with precision before the body was tenderly removed. It wasn't the method of disposal that struck Mercer, but the eerie care bestowed upon the victim's appearance, manicured nails, freshly styled hair, adorned in luxury attire. "She wasn't meant for this place," Mercer murmured, eyes following the rhythm of the water against the muddy bank. "She was placed, adorned." The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a real estate agent renowned for her expertise in selling upscale properties. Divorced, childless, she dwelled in solitude within an affluent neighborhood. Colleagues painted a portrait of an ambitious, meticulous woman with a penchant for privacy. Her absence was noted by her assistant, who raised the alarm when she failed to attend a crucial showing to potential affluent clients. She wouldn't miss that appointment, the assistant asserted during interrogation. That sale meant everything to her. Walsh's modernist abode became a stage for investigators, each corner scrutinized. Perfection reigned perhaps too perfectly. Designer furnishings stood in silent elegance, untouched by dust. The fridge held regimented meals, labeled and dated. Wardrobe meticulously arranged by hue, shoes nestled in protective casings. An anomaly whispered from her home office, a drawer slightly ajar. Within, a leather journal awaited discovery. Final entry bore witness. He watches again. Same car, different plates. Unraveling Walsh's digital trail unveiled a peculiar pattern in her email's repetitive messages from unknown senders, all echoing the unsettling phrase, "I see your perfection," sent at precise moments on various days. Her browsing history hinted at a quest for security measures and self-defense tools. Connecting the dots, Mercer shared her deduction with her partner. "Our perpetrator is deliberate," she murmured. This wasn't a crime of passion, it was a ceremony. A breakthrough emerged unexpectedly. A local pawnbroker recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among his wares, absent from her belongings. The culprit emerged as a regular patron, Michael Linden, a nondescript maintenance worker. Surveillance footage painted a damning picture of Linden's comings and goings at Walsh's building, often with his maintenance cart or in a cloak of anonymity. Always timing his visits when she was engrossed in property showings. Linden's modest dwelling yielded a chilling tableau walls adorned with clandestine photos of Walsh and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance, all captured without awareness. Some faces were cruelly marked with red ink. Walsh stood as the third muse. Behind a concealed panel in his closet lay a shrine. Mementos from each victim meticulously arrayed a lock of hair, used tissues stained with lipstick, keys, and receipts. Each collection accompanied by a meticulous log of routines, preferences, and quirks. The interrogation room turned frosty as Linden faced his inquisitors. His demeanor, serene and unassuming, belied the horrors he had orchestrated. Confronted with evidence, he uttered without emotion, "They were flawed. They feigned perfection, but I saw through the facade. Catherine's desk harbored chaos. Her lipstick missed a spot. Her perfection was a lie." The search for the missing victims referenced in Linden's note led investigators to desolate locales, where 2 more suitcases surfaced. Each cradled women akin to Walsh, real estate agents who peddled an image of exacting precision. Throughout Linden's trial, his impassive demeanor held steady as the prosecution unraveled his meticulous methods. Months of stalking, infiltrating their lives, studying their essence. When he claimed them, he sought to perfect what he deemed as their imperfections, tending to their appearance, draping them in finery before extinguishing their light. The families of the fallen watched in silent sorrow as justice was meted out a lifetime behind bars, devoid of reprieve. For Mercer, the case was stamped closed, yet enigmas lingered. What drove Linden's fixation on these select women? What shadows haunted his own reflection, driving him to such extremes? The river meandered on, its waters cleansing all traces of the tragedy. But on Mercer's desk lay copies of those haunting journals, a stark reminder that within the veneer of normalcy, darkness may dwell. And sometimes the most perilous predators are those camouflaged in plain sight, biding their time, awaiting the unveiling of a solitary flaw. Story 17, The Enigmatic Victorian. She crossed the threshold, the dust swirling in the stagnant air of the abandoned Victorian. Years had passed since life inhabited its decaying walls, now draped in sheets of neglect. Each step she took felt like entering a frozen moment, suspended in time except for one peculiar detail. The doors, no matter which one she opened, each led back to the same parlor, a perplexing labyrinth where escape seemed impossible. The only certainty was that the way she came in was the only way out. Yet when she turned to retrace her steps, the front door had vanished into thin air. Detective Sarah Lind found herself at the heart of a chilling mystery when the body of Morgan Pierce was discovered within the Victorian's walls. The once forgotten house had now become a crime scene, shrouded in an eerie stillness that seemed to echo the whispers of its dark past. Forensic technicians moved silently through the dim interior, their presence ghostly in the fading light. Initial examination suggests she's been dead approximately 3 days, the medical examiner murmured, his voice barely audible in the somber atmosphere. Cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan sat in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene, hands folded neatly in her lap as if awaiting a visitor. No signs of struggle marred her peaceful expression, no hint of the violence that had taken her life. The scene exuded a haunting tranquility that unsettled even the most seasoned investigators. Lind inquired who discovered the body. Real estate agents showing the property, her partner replied. They stumbled upon her, seated there like a specter from another time. The house had garnered a reputation among locals, a place where compasses spun aimlessly, where whispers of unseen watchers lingered in the shadows. Now, it held secrets far more sinister than mere urban legends. Morgan, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies, had been drawn to the Victorians' enigmatic allure. Her meticulous nature and insatiable curiosity drove her to investigate the unexplainable phenomena reported by those who had dared to enter its hallowed halls. As Lind delved deeper into Morgan's past, a tale of obsession and intrigue unfolded. The young researcher had frequented the house in the weeks leading to her demise, documenting peculiarities that defied rational explanation. Her journal entries spoke of strange acoustics, shifting spaces, and doors that defied logic by leading to different destinations with each opening. The autopsy unearthed a startling revelation: a rare alkaloid, associated with shamanic rituals, lingered in Morgan's system. Its presence hinted at a journey into altered states of perception, yet in quantities too small to be fatal. Her loved ones attested to her unwavering dedication to her work, dispelling any notion of reckless behavior. Deleted messages on Morgan's phone unveiled a cryptic connection with a mysterious individual who shared her fascination with the house. Their exchanges hinted at a shared understanding of the dwelling's hidden truths, of a presence that yearned to be acknowledged. The investigation converged on Adam Reeves, an architectural historian whose expertise in spatial anomalies had captivated Morgan's attention. Their bond transcended the professional realm, delving into realms of the unknown that bordered on obsession. Reeves, devastated by Morgan's untimely end, recounted tales of the house's deceptive design, crafted to confound and bewilder. Yet his alibi placed him miles away at the time of her death, casting doubt on his involvement in the tragic affair. A revelation from Eleanor Blackwood's grandson shed light on a dark family secret, a legacy of inexplicable deaths within the Victorians' confines. Dubbed the Claiming, these incidents hinted at a malevolent force that ensnared those who dared to unravel its mysteries. A hidden compartment behind the parlor fireplace unveiled artifacts of ancient origins, invoking powers beyond mortal comprehension. Among them, a deity figurine symbolizing the liminal spaces between worlds, its influence palpable in the residue found on Morgan's belongings. The house's enigmatic grip tightened as forensic evidence revealed the presence of an unknown individual at the scene of Morgan's demise. Partial fingerprints alien to any known visitor lingered on doorknobs like spectral echoes of a presence long vanished. 3 weeks into the investigation, tragedy struck once more with Adam Reeves found lifeless in his apartment, mirroring Morgan's serene repose. Clutched in his hand, a key unlocked the hidden chamber within the Victorian, a chamber holding secrets that defied comprehension. In his final testament, Reeves spoke of a revelation that transcended physical confines, a truth that once understood, bound the beholder to a fate intertwined with the house's ancient legacy. The investigation, shrouded in shadows of uncertainty, remained open, a testament to the enduring mystery that lingered within the condemned Victorian's walls. Rumors persisted of spectral lights flickering within its confines, of visitors who vanished into its depths never to return. Some whispered of a curse that claimed those who delved too deeply into its secrets, while others believed Morgan and Reeves had unearthed a force as old as time itself, a force that dwelled in the spaces between worlds, beckoning the curious to embrace the unknown. The truth remained elusive, a mirage shimmering on the horizon of understanding, much like an exit in a labyrinth where every door led back to the beginning, an enigma waiting to be unraveled by those brave enough to seek its hidden truths in the silence of the night. Story 18. In the quiet stillness of the night, a tale unfolds within the walls of an old Victorian-era home owned by Michael and Sarah Klein. What began as a simple renovation project soon turned into a journey into the depths of mystery and intrigue. As the couple peeled back layers of wallpaper in their new abode, they uncovered a secret that had long been hidden from the world. Inked onto the walls in a frantic, uneven script was a name, Alina Winters, a name that held a weight of the past, a name that whispered of secrets untold. With each layer they stripped away, the story of Alina Winters unraveled before them. A missing person from decades ago, her resemblance to the previous owner, Margaret Cavendish, was uncanny. The walls bore witness to a tale of obsession and tragedy, written in ink that refused to fade. Sarah's fingertips traced the name, feeling the desperation and fear etched into each letter. Michael delved into the depths of the internet, searching for answers that seemed to slip through their grasp like shadows in the night. The discovery of Alina Winters became a haunting presence in their lives, a mystery that demanded to be solved. The house, once filled with charm and character, now held echoes of a past that refused to be forgotten. Their nights were consumed by research and investigation, unraveling the tangled web of lies and deceit that surrounded Alina's disappearance. Each piece of the puzzle they unearthed only led to more questions, more uncertainty. The retired detective's voice crackled over the phone, his memories of the cold case offering glimpses of a truth long buried. Alina's fate intertwined with that of a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge, a woman whose fractured mind blurred the lines between reality and illusion. As the forensic teams descended upon their home, digging up secrets buried deep within the earth, Michael and Sarah watched in silent contemplation. The truth they had sought revealed itself in the most unexpected of ways. Alina's remains unearthed from beneath the garden soil, a grim testament to the horrors that had transpired within those walls. Rebecca Eldridge, in her guise as Margaret Cavendish, stood at the center of it, all a fractured soul torn apart by jealousy and obsession. The names on the wall, once a mystery shrouded in darkness, now stood as a testament to a tragedy long forgotten. The Leaner's family found closure at last, justice served after 3 long decades of uncertainty and pain. For Michael and Sarah, their dream home became a relic of the past, a place where the walls themselves whispered of a crime unsolved. As they gazed upon the house that had become synonymous with tragedy, they knew that some stories were meant to be buried, their secrets hidden in the shadows of the past. And as the night enveloped them in its embrace, they found solace in the knowledge that some mysteries were never meant to be fully unraveled. Story 19. She had decided to give the nursery a fresh coat of paint before the baby's arrival. The walls wore a faded blue hue, a color that seemed to hold whispers of the past within its layers. As she painted on the first stroke of white, a hidden secret beneath the surface emerged, letters, faint at first, then growing clearer and sharper. A message etched beneath the layers of paint. "Don't let it hear you." Her breath hitched in her throat. Stepping back, she noticed something peculiar, tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, too high up on the wall for any child to have reached. The revelation in the nursery of the Morgan household marked the inception of what would later be referred to as the Whispering House case. The young couple had recently bought the Victorian-style home at a surprisingly low price. The real estate agent had only mentioned minor cosmetic issues, neglecting to disclose the dark history that lingered within the property. Detective Sarah Klein, notebook in hand, pressed the doorbell. A pregnant woman answered, her belly prominent beneath paint-splattered overalls. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, evidence of sleepless nights. The detective observed the tremble in her hands as she recounted the discovery of the message and handprints. "The previous owners vanished abruptly," the woman explained. "Neighbors claim they left in the dead of night, with no moving truck, just essentials stuffed into their car." Detective Klein traversed through the aged home, the floorboards creaking under her weight. Standing in the nursery, she studied the partially painted wall. The cryptic message still lingered where the painting had been abandoned in haste. Beside it, 5 small handprints pressed into the wet paint, positioned at a height that no child could have reached. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into records regarding the property. The house had changed owners 8 times within 30 years, a remarkably high turnover rate. Each family stayed for less than 2 years. What sent a chill down the detective's spine were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of those families. Children spoke of whispers from the walls and someone watching them sleep. The detective delved deeper, examining construction records and historical documents. The house had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow who ran a small orphanage on the premises during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings referenced the disappearance of 5 children under her care. Authorities at the time assumed they had run away, a common occurrence for orphans in that era. When Eleanor passed away, workers renovating the house uncovered a sealed room hidden behind the nursery wall. Inside, they found children's belongings, tiny shoes, toys, and clothing, but no remains. The case went cold, gathering dust in archives. Interviewing former residents, Detective Klein pieced together a disturbing narrative. Each family with children reported eerie incidents, toys moved during the night, echoes of childish laughter in empty corridors, and crayon drawings materializing on walls. Most brushed off these occurrences as figments of imagination until the writings surfaced. The message varied slightly but carried the same warning: don't let them find you, don't make a sound, don't let it hear you. The handwriting matched samples from Eleanor Blackwood's journals. What chilled the detective to the bone were the handprints uniform in size and placement across decades, despite different children residing in the house. The investigation took a grim turn when the detective persuaded the current owners to permit ground-penetrating radar scanning in the basement. The technician identified anomalies in the readings, 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete floor, each resembling the size of a child. Workers broke through the concrete, unveiling a macabre truth. 5 small sets of remains arranged in a circle. Forensic analysis confirmed the children had perished during Aliner's ownership of the house. Each child wore a pendant engraved with their name, the 5 orphans who were believed to have run away. The detective ordered luminol to be sprayed in the nursery. In the darkness, handprints glowed on every wall, hidden beneath layers of paint, unseen by the naked eye. Countless handprints at various heights, as if the children had been attempting to escape. Aliner's journals, retrieved from county archives, exposed her twisted beliefs. She thought orphaned children possessed a special spiritual energy that she could harness to prolong her own life by sealing them in the hidden room. The children had etched warnings into the wall, hoping future inhabitants would uncover their fate. The case concluded with a proper burial for the 5 victims. Their names were finally acknowledged not as runaways but as victims of murder. The house remained vacant, the expecting couple refusing to set foot inside even to retrieve their belongings. Detective Klein submitted her final report, featuring photographs of the luminol-illuminated handprints and the hidden message. She noted that while justice was served for the original victims, an inexplicable presence lingered in the house, something that continued to reach out through layers of paint and time. The nursery walls were raised during the remediation process, but workers reported hearing whispers of children's voices emanating from the debris. None dared to return once their shifts ended. The house was ultimately condemned, becoming another cold case file in a forgotten cabinet, a tangible resolution, yet leaving unanswered spiritual queries. The detective retained one photograph from the case, a depiction of 5 luminol handprints glowing in the darkness, a haunting reminder that certain crimes leave indelible marks that no amount of fresh paint can conceal. Story 20. The ancient box lay buried beneath layers of dust and debris in the attic, a forgotten treasure from a bygone era of the house's history. Among the jumble of forgotten items, faded Polaroid snapshots rested peacefully, capturing moments of joy and celebration. Each picture told a story of normalcy and innocence until her fingertips brushed against the final photograph. In that instant, the tranquility shattered, replaced by a creeping sense of unease. The image revealed her own living room, the familiar furniture and decor reflecting back at her. But the family depicted was not hers. They smiled obliviously at the camera, unaware of the ominous figure lurking in the background, a man, his presence barely discernible in the shadows. Rebecca's heart quickened as she scrutinized the scene, a shiver running down her spine. Descending the creaking staircase, she carried the photograph to the harsh light of the kitchen. The eerie similarities between her home and the strangers in the picture unnerved her. The detective, with a weathered leather jacket and piercing gaze, arrived to unravel the mystery shrouding the Polaroid. As Detective Morgan delved into the house's murky past, a chilling pattern emerged. Families had resided in the house for precisely 1 year before vanishing without a trace. The Sutherlands, the missing family from the photograph, were just one piece of the sinister puzzle. The investigation led to a dark revelation. Buried beneath the basement preserved remains of all the families who had disappeared, trapped in a macabre time capsule. The discovery exposed the malevolent history of the house, intertwined with the enigmatic figure of Samuel Whitfield, a spectral presence tied to the haunting disappearances. The secrets hidden within the walls pointed to a sinister legacy of surveillance and malevolence. As Rebecca sought safety under police protection, the unmasking of the journal in the hidden crawlspace revealed a chilling truth an unseen observer fixated on the families who had inhabited the cursed dwelling. The final entry forewarned of an impending threat, signaling a race against time to thwart the unseen adversary's sinister plans. Sheltered in a hotel, Rebecca's world trembled with fear as the night whispered with ominous silence. A phone call pierced the darkness, a breathless voice haunting the receiver before the mechanical click of a camera echoed through the line. The enigma of Samuel Whitfield lingered, his true fate veiled in shadows, his presence a phantom menace lingering in the darkness. The investigation continued, the house standing as a silent sentinel to the unsolved mysteries within its walls. The legacy of Samuel Whitfield endured, casting a chilling shadow over those who dared to uncover the truth. In the quiet of the night, unseen eyes watched, capturing new families in the web of the house's malevolent history. The tale of the man in the photograph remained a chilling enigma, a spectral presence haunting the fringes of reality. As the world turned, whispers of the house's dark past echoed in the wind, a reminder of the unseen forces that lingered in the shadows, forever waiting, forever watching. Story 21. The old Polaroid held within its faded borders a snapshot of a birthday celebration long past. Smiles adorned faces, candles flickered innocently, nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. But when the daughter unearthed the box of forgotten photos, a chilling discovery awaited her. Among the familiar faces there lurked a presence. A man, shrouded in half-shadow, lingered in the background of every photo, just beyond the glow of the festive candles. He was not a part of the family. No one recalled his presence that day, yet in each successive photo he drew closer. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the collection while clearing out her mother's attic following the funeral. A simple cardboard box labeled Memories housed a wealth of aged photographs capturing moments from her childhood. What should have been a nostalgic find soon morphed into the prologue of a haunting tale. In the initial photo, the man was a mere whisper of darkness, a silhouette on the periphery during Sarah's 7th birthday party. In the subsequent snapshot, he had crept inside, looming behind her unsuspecting uncle. By the third image, he stood directly behind her, a ghostly figure unnoticed by those in the frame. Trembling, Sarah reached out to her father, her voice quivering as she recounted her unsettling discovery. "Dad, who is this man haunting the background of all these pictures?" A pregnant silence followed her inquiry, then a sharp intake of breath. "What man? There shouldn't be anyone there but family," her father finally replied. Detective Marcus Reed sat across from Sarah as she laid out the eerie photographs on his desk in the dimly lit precinct. Raindrops danced on the windows, casting ethereal shadows over the evidence. The detective's weathered hands moved methodically from one photo to the next, his gaze narrowing with intrigue. "And no one recognized this individual?" he inquired, his voice a blend of neutrality and fascination. Sarah affirmed no one, but observed the progression. She arranged the photos in chronological order. As the detective leaned in, the chilling reality unfolded before him. The mysterious figure advanced methodically through the series of photos, inching ever closer to the children. In the final frame, he stood ominously behind Sarah's childhood self, a pale hand outstretched just beyond the frame's edge. "The photographer," Reed pondered aloud, though doubt lingered in his tone. "My mother took all these. She set the timer and hurried into the shot," Sarah clarified. The detective made copies of the photos and initiated a formal investigation. Days passed as Reed painstakingly contacted every surviving attendee of the party. None could recall the man. No hired staff, no uninvited guests, no logical explanation. The secluded property, chosen for its privacy, had seemingly been invaded by an unseen presence. Facial recognition software yielded no results. The figure remained enigmatic, skillfully evading clear identification in each image, as if cognizant of the camera's lens. Just when the investigation seemed at an impasse, Sarah uncovered additional photos from different family gatherings, spanning across various years. The mysterious figure persisted in the background, always lurking, always unnoticed in real time. A digital specialist enhanced the images, revealing obscure details: a scar, a unique ring, a glimpse of facial features previously concealed in shadow. A breakthrough emerged from dental records. The teeth visible in one enhanced photo matched those of Robert Keller, a maintenance worker who had vanished after being linked to 3 unsolved child abductions in the region, a series of cold cases from decades past, coinciding with the dates of the photographed gatherings. Keller had been employed by the cleaning company responsible for the vacation property where Sarah's birthday had taken place. He held master keys to numerous rental properties in the vicinity, locations where families had congregated, where children had inexplicably disappeared. A search of Keller's former residence unearthed chilling evidence buried beneath the foundation. A hair clip identical to one worn by a missing girl, a toy car belonging to a vanished boy, and a bracelet Sarah recognized as her own, believed lost in her childhood. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by the haunting photos that had unveiled a hidden nightmare, Sarah received a call from Detective Reed. Remains discovered near one of the vacation properties had been identified through DNA as one of the missing children. As she gazed at the final birthday photo, the flickering candlelight casting a warm glow on her family's frozen smiles, the shadowy figure loomed behind her younger self, a phantom observer unseen by all but the camera's lens. The revelation interconnected long-dormant cases, offering closure to grieving families, albeit in ways they had never dared to imagine. The enigmatic figure from the family photos had emerged from the shadows, his malevolent presence finally exposed after years of concealing himself in plain sight. Sarah carefully placed the photos back into the box, now transformed into damning evidence. They bore witness to a truth as unsettling as it was elusive, a reminder that sometimes the most insidious dangers are those that lurk within the captured moments of joy, moving undetected through the tapestry of time. Story 22. In the quiet of the morning, a mysterious package appeared on Sarah Miller's doorstep. No return label, no tracking number, just a damp cardboard box, as if it had materialized out of thin air. The address was correct, but the name, Daniel Whitaker, was a stranger to her. Most would have ignored it, left it outside, but Sarah's curiosity whispered louder than reason. With a gentle tug, she opened the box, expecting mundane contents. Instead, she found a VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note that read, "Watch alone." The weight of the tape felt heavy in her hands, an unspoken gravity pulling at her senses. Tracing the worn edges, she sensed a hidden story waiting to unfold. The suburban neighborhood hummed with its usual rhythms: distant barks, playful laughter, the drone of a lawnmower. Oblivious to the enigma in her kitchen, Sarah hesitated, torn between intrigue and apprehension. Daniel Whitaker's name held no significance in her world, yet the tape beckoned, a whisper of mystery wrapped in black plastic. Defying her better judgment, Sarah inserted the tape into her old VCR. Static danced on the screen before resolving into a dimly lit room where a weary man sat, his identity shrouded in shadows. His voice, steady yet burdened, introduced himself as Daniel Whitaker, setting the stage for a tale of injustice and betrayal. As the narrative unfolded, Sarah's world collided with Detective Eliza Ramirez's investigation, where truth and deception entwined in a web of conspiracy. Daniel's desperate plea echoed through the tapes, unveiling a sinister plot orchestrated by powerful forces. Catherine Walsh's murder, once a closed case, unraveled into a labyrinth of corruption and cover-ups. The pieces of the puzzle clicked into place as Sarah received a second package, unveiling damning evidence that exposed the truth Catherine had fought to reveal. With each revelation, Detective Ramirez's pursuit of justice led her down a twisted path where the lines between guilt and innocence blurred. The system meant to uphold truth now stood exposed, its flaws laid bare by the relentless pursuit of those seeking redemption. Through Sarah's unexpected involvement, the final chapter of the saga unfolded a reckoning that stemmed from a simple package delivered to the wrong address. The tapes, once symbols of deceit, became testaments to resilience and the unwavering pursuit of truth. In the end, as Daniel Whitaker reclaimed his freedom and Sarah stood as a silent witness to the unraveling of a conspiracy, they shared a moment of understanding. In a world where shadows concealed as much as they revealed, their paths had crossed, illuminating the darkness with a flicker of hope. The VHS tapes, artifacts of a tumultuous journey, now rested in evidence, marking a chapter in history where the unexpected led to revelations beyond imagination. And as the world drifted into slumber, the echoes of a tale told in whispers lingered, a reminder that truth, no matter how elusive, always found its way home. Story 23. The aged apartment exhaled a tired groan, its heating system protesting with a metallic shudder as the pipes rattled, creating a familiar symphony of creaks and echoes. The occupant had grown accustomed to these nocturnal lullabies, dismissing them as routine disruptions of an old building settling into the night's embrace. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the air hinted at something more than mere structural complaints. A delicate voice, barely a whisper, danced through the vents like a ghostly melody. It wasn't a casual conversation or a neighbor's distant chatter, it was a beckoning, a calling out to her. Intrigued yet unnerved, she pressed her ear against the cold grate, feeling the faint breath of an unseen presence caress her cheek. And then, almost teasingly, the voice reached out to her, saying, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in the dimly lit apartment, a solitary figure amidst the vacant space, her gaze fixated on the rusted vent cover that had been forcibly removed. The forensics team moved methodically around her, capturing the scene in flashes of light and shadows. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace, her absence unnoticed until the scent of decay permeated the building's corridors. Officer Patel, his voice cautious, recounted Alina's unsettling claims of hearing voices through the vents. Management had dismissed her fears as products of an overactive imagination fueled by the building's aging infrastructure. Shaw knelt by the vent, tracing the deep gouges along its edges, evidence of a desperate struggle from within. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a penchant for nurturing life in all its forms, had exhibited signs of growing paranoia before her disappearance. Her sister's trembling words painted a picture of a woman haunted by unseen eyes and unheard whispers, her reality slowly unraveling in the shadows of her own home. As Shaw delved deeper into the mystery, she uncovered a tapestry of eerie details that intertwined with Alina's life. fibers from her favorite cardigan trapped in the vent, a mysterious fingerprint on the inside of the cover, and haunting audio recordings that captured the chilling dialogue between a leaner and an unseen entity. The building itself held secrets, a dark history of tenants fleeing in fear, their minds haunted by spectral voices and unexplained phenomena. Harold Weber, the unassuming superintendent with access to every corner of the structure, harbored a gaze that faltered when questioned about the occupants of apartment 4B, a subtle shift in demeanor that did not escape Shaw's keen scrutiny. A hidden passage revealed a clandestine world within the walls, a shadow realm where someone had lurked, watching, waiting, and whispering. Weber's meticulously organized files and disturbingly intimate collection of mementos painted a portrait of a man consumed by a twisted obsession, a predator camouflaged within the building's bones. Alina's tragic fate unfolded in a harrowing sequence of events, her unwitting descent into the labyrinthine ducts guided by a sinister hand. The families of past victims emerged from the shadows, sharing tales of stolen peace and shattered lives, each echoing the same chilling refrain of whispers in the night. Weber's trial unveiled a man detached from reality yet eerily composed, his actions meticulously planned and executed with a chilling precision. The jury's swift verdict offered a semblance of closure, but Weber's parting words to Shaw lingered, a haunting reminder of the darkness that still clung to the vacant apartment building. Today, the once haunted residence stands silent, a ghostly monument to a past best left undisturbed. New tenants come and go, unaware of the spectral whispers that linger in the vents, the echoes of a tragedy etched into the very walls of the building. The pipes continue to rattle, the heating system groans a symphony of secrets that only the bravest souls dare to decipher in the dead of night. Story 24, the ancient library faced its demise, its walls holding secrets waiting to be unearthed. As the demolition crew worked tirelessly to bring it down, a curious worker stumbled upon a hidden latch concealed within a dusty bookshelf. With a soft click, the shelf swung open, revealing a narrow passage leading to a forgotten chamber. The air within was heavy, thick with the weight of time, untouched by human hands for decades. In the center of the room, a solitary chair stood anchored to the floor, a haunting presence in the dim light. And etched repeatedly on the walls, a chilling message lingered, "I am still here." The foreman, sensing something amiss, called in the authorities. What had begun as a routine demolition now took a dark turn, drawing the attention of Detective Morgan Walsh. With his flashlight piercing the shadows, Walsh stood at the threshold, the eerie message etched on the walls casting a somber glow around him. "Secure the area," he commanded, his voice resonating in the confined space. "No one disturbs anything until forensics arrives." The history of the library whispered tales of the Harrington family, a name intertwined with mystery and tragedy. Once esteemed members of the community, they had gifted the building to the public following the vanishing of their daughter, Rebecca. Her disappearance during her college years had left a void, her absence a lingering question mark. Despite exhaustive searches, her fate remained shrouded in uncertainty. The prevailing belief hinted at a voluntary departure, yet her family clung to the belief of a darker truth lurking beneath the surface. As forensic experts combed through the hidden chamber, traces of a haunting past emerged. Hair and fibers embedded in the chair, minute specks of blood and skin on the walls, all pointing to a young woman's presence. The chair, a cruel contraption of restraint, bore witness to a struggle against captivity, a silent testament to untold horrors. Walsh delved into the family's history, a gnawing suspicion tugging at his mind. The timing of the library's donation, mere weeks after Rebecca's disappearance, raised unsettling questions. Further inquiries unveiled a disturbing tie. The contractor who had installed the bookshelf had close ties to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and patriarch of the family. Financial transactions hinted at a hidden agenda, a sinister motive veiled in shadows. Former staff members shared whispers of Maxwell's solitary visits to the forbidden section, his insistence on preserving its antiquity. An elderly librarian's memories painted a portrait of a man consumed by his secrets, seeking solace in the silent embrace of the library's hidden heart. The revelation of DNA evidence linking Rebecca to the chamber sent shivers through the investigation. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place, painting a grim picture of betrayal and captivity. A search of the Harrington estate unearthed a journal, its pages a damning testimony to Maxwell's twisted fixation on his niece. The final entry, a chilling declaration of intent, laid bare the depths of his depravity. Confronted with the evidence, Maxwell's facade crumbled, revealing a heart blackened by greed and fear. His confession, devoid of remorse, peeled back the layers of deceit, exposing the true horror that had lurked in the shadows for years. The excavation beneath the hidden chamber uncovered the truth Maxwell had sought to bury, a young life snuffed out in the throes of desperation. Rebecca's skeletal remains, clad in the silver bracelet her parents had gifted her, bore silent witness to the injustice that had befallen her. As Maxwell faced justice, the Harrington family stood in solemn vigil, their grief mingling with a sense of closure long overdue. Rebecca's recovered bracelet, a symbol of remembrance, became the anchor for their mourning, a tangible link to the daughter they had lost. The library, once slated for destruction, now stood as a monument to a life cut short, a testament to the resilience of truth against the veil of darkness. Flowers adorned its entrance, a tribute to a soul who had fought to be heard, whose message etched in despair had echoed through the ages. In the stillness of the chamber where shadows danced with memory, Rebecca's whispered words lingered like a gentle breeze. "I am still here," a haunting refrain that ensured her presence would endure, a beacon of light in the depths of darkness. And as the library stood frozen in time, a testament to a tragedy unveiled, the echoes of justice reverberated through its walls, a promise fulfilled at last. Story 25, The Mystery of Reflections. She cleared the fog from the mirror, gazing at her own reflection, but an unsettling feeling crept in. Her features appeared normal, her attire unchanged, yet a sense of unease lingered, growing with each passing moment. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement that seemed out of place, and when she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, watching. Rebecca Thorne's journey into the unknown commenced with that eerie occurrence in her bathroom. What unfolded next would puzzle investigators and cast a shadow over the community for years to come. Residing alone in a modest apartment nestled within a serene suburban enclave, Rebecca led a structured life. Her acquaintances described her as meticulous, introverted, a woman who preferred solitude but maintained a friendly rapport with those nearby. In her professional realm, she served as a data analyst for a mid-sized corporation, her existence dictated by routines and exactitude. Nothing about her demeanor hinted at the fact that she would become the focal point of one of the most enigmatic criminal enigmas of the era. The initial signs were subtle. Rebecca noticed minor displacements of objects in her living space. Nothing vanished, just rearranged. A coffee mug shifted to a different shelf, books rearranged on the bookcase, her toothbrush found on the wrong side of the sink. initially attributing these anomalies to absent-mindedness, a consequence of prolonged hours scrutinizing spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights. Rebecca disregarded them. Detective Marion Shaw was alerted when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of these disturbances, finally reached out to the authorities. The initial evaluation leaned towards a psychological concern rather than a criminal matter. Shaw documented the complaint but placed it among the pile of low-priority cases. There was no concrete evidence, Shaw later recounted. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a woman with a sense of foreboding within her own home. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident involving the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with law enforcement, Rebecca vividly recounted how her reflection seemed to move independently, how she felt surveilled even in solitude. This time she had proof: a self-installed security camera aimed at her front door. The footage disclosed something that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video depicted Rebecca departing for work in the morning. Yet 20 minutes later, a figure identical to Rebecca utilized a key to enter her abode. Forensic specialists scrutinized the footage for signs of tampering or digital manipulation, finding none. The individual entering mimicked Rebecca's movements, attire, and even carried the same distinctive leather bag. However, according to the timestamp footage from her workplace's security system, Rebecca had already clocked in at her office building across town. "We are facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw disclosed to her superior. "An individual who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can replicate her with eerie precision." The inquiry escalated. Fingerprints within the premises solely matched Rebecca's. No foreign DNA surfaced. Neighbors reported mundane sightings, only Rebecca going about her daily routines. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, mentioned a peculiar encounter where she greeted Rebecca upon her return home and received no response, a deviation from her usual behavior but not alarming. Rebecca commenced documenting the disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations in her apartment snowballed. Vanishing food from her fridge she didn't recall consuming. Her computer displaying searches she had not initiated. Most disquieting were the photographs on her phone, self-portraits resembling her, yet she had no recollection of capturing them. In some, her countenance appeared subtly awry, the grin too wide or the gaze too intense. "I feel as though I'm descending into madness," she confided to Detective Shaw during their third meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating it to appear that way." The breakthrough materialized when a pattern emerged in the security footage. The doppelganger only infiltrated when Rebecca departed for specific engagements: therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, predetermined activities with foreseeable durations. "Someone is deeply acquainted with your schedule," Shaw elucidated. "This isn't random. It's a calculated form of surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist posited that they were entangled in a fixation instance, a person fixated on becoming Rebecca, inhabiting her existence, conceivably aiming to supplant her entirely. Though rare, such occurrences were documented in psychological archives. The perpetrator typically underwent a psychological rupture, fixating on a target representing something they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The inquiry narrowed following Rebecca's mention of a former co-worker, Lily Winters, dismissed due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on their similarities. Post-dismissal, she dispatched a series of disconcerting emails to Rebecca. "We could be interchangeable," one message stated. "At times, I feel more like you than you do." Detective Shaw secured a warrant to explore Lily's residence. The revelations therein metamorphosed the case from unsettling to harrowing. A chamber within Lily's domicile had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls adorned with photographs, countless snapshots of Rebecca entering her apartment, shopping, socializing, all captured without her knowledge. A wardrobe in a closet housed replicas of Rebecca's attire. Makeup mirroring Rebecca's preferred brands rested on a vanity beside meticulous notes on her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily routines. Most incriminating were the rehearsal videos. Lily had filmed herself imitating Rebecca's gait, gestures, and expressions. The evolution was apparent, initial attempts awkward and conspicuous, later iterations scarcely distinguishable from the authentic Rebecca. "She aspired to become me," Rebecca murmured upon viewing the evidence. "She wasn't merely mimicking me, she was obliterating me." Technicians unearthed sophisticated equipment for crafting duplicates of keys and replicating electronic access cards. Lily had upheld an intricate system to monitor Rebecca's movements, including a calendar with meticulous prognostications of her agenda. What remained elusive was Lily's ultimate objective. Journals discovered in her abode featured incoherent entries alternating between first and third person, occasionally alluding to Rebecca as me and her in the same passage. The final entry left investigators chilled. "Soon, only one of us will subsist. The stronger manifestation shall prevail." As authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished. Clues within her residence indicated a swift departure, drawers ajar, certain devices absent. A nationwide alert was issued. Rebecca was relocated to a secure location under constant surveillance. Over 3 weeks, officials monitored every site linked to her previous life. Lily remained elusive. The case veered into a disconcerting realm when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Despite being on leave, Rebecca had been witnessed entering the building. Surveillance footage verified that a figure identical to Rebecca had utilized a valid ID card to access the premises, proceeded to her former desk, and spent 40 minutes perusing her files before departing. Meanwhile, the authentic Rebecca, sheltered in a secure location, could not have been present at the office. The implications turned lucid. Lily hadn't absconded, she had made her move. She now inhabited Rebecca's existence, stepping into her shoes while the genuine Rebecca remained concealed. The case remains unresolved. Lily Winters has yet to be apprehended. Rebecca Thorne chose not to retrace her former life, opting to forge a new identity in a clandestine locale. Detective Shaw preserves a photograph on her desk, 2 women strikingly alike. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other is Lily Winters. Occasionally she scrutinizes their countenances, seeking disparities, the giveaways that would differentiate one from the other. The authentically unnerving aspect Shaw imparts to fledgling detectives is not that someone can resemble or sound like you. It's their fervent desire to emulate you to the extent that they efface themselves in the process. Identity is not solely what we present to the world, it's what we safeguard most vigilantly. And sometimes we fail to grasp its worth until someone endeavors to pilfer it. Story 26, The Secret Dollhouse. She always avoided the attic, finding it unsettling, but when a storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no choice but to venture up there. The musty space was a graveyard of forgotten treasures, shrouded in layers of dust and cobwebs. Amidst the shadows, tucked away in the darkest corner, stood an old dollhouse. Its intricate details sent shivers down her spine, from the meticulously placed tiny furniture to the eerily accurate replicas of her family members. As she peered into the miniature rooms, a knot formed in her stomach. These were not mere dolls, they were hand-carved figures, exact replicas of her family, frozen in time. Each figure mirrored the real-life positions of her family members, except for one glaring difference: the figure meant to be her was standing by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the tiny roof, feeling the spot where her miniature self stood. The chill that ran through her was not solely from the draft whispering through the rafters. This dollhouse didn't belong here. This wasn't her childhood home, but a rented house her family had moved into recently. The discovery of the dollhouse led to a frantic call to the authorities. When officers arrived at the suburban home, they found a family in turmoil, huddled together in fear, refusing to return to the upper floor. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their concerns as a prank or the product of an imaginative family adjusting to a new environment. However, the intricate craftsmanship of the dollhouse caught her attention. Each miniature figure captured a distinct aspect of the family members: the father's thinning hair, the son's favorite hoodie, even the small birthmark on the mother's hand. It was as though someone had been meticulously observing them. Forensic analysis unveiled fingerprints on the dollhouse belonging to none of the family members. Even more disturbing were the hidden cameras embedded in the eyes of each figure, all linked to a complex surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse. The movements of the Morgan family had been meticulously recorded, mirroring their daily routines with uncanny precision. "We realized this went beyond mere stalking," Detective Harmon revealed. "The level of obsession displayed by the perpetrator was unprecedented." Further investigation uncovered a concealed entrance to a basement hidden behind a pantry wall. Inside, investigators found evidence of someone living there long before the Morgans arrived. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag indicated the intruder had been residing beneath the family's feet for weeks. The absence of forced entry perplexed investigators. Records showed the house had sat vacant for almost a year before the Morgans' arrival. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had passed away, leaving their son in charge of the property. Neighbors provided little insight, except for one elderly woman who occasionally noticed lights in the supposedly empty house. She assumed it was the real estate agents showcasing the property, unaware that someone was living there without permission. A breakthrough came through digital forensics, tracing the surveillance feed to an apartment across town. Inside, walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and previous residents revealed a chilling obsession. Journal entries meticulously detailed the daily lives of each family member. The most disturbing find was a workshop filled with half-finished dollhouses, each representing a different home in the neighborhood. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the deceased homeowners. Financial records indicated his descent into debt after his parents' deaths, leading him to create a hidden living space in their house while renting it out. The dollhouse served as Wells' control hub, a tool to monitor and manipulate the occupants of the house he once called home. During questioning, he remained disturbingly composed, stating, "I needed to ensure they respected my parents' house, where they slept." The psychological evaluation painted a picture of possessive delusion. Unable to cope with the loss of his childhood home, Wells crafted an intricate system to maintain dominance over it. The dollhouse became his medium for asserting control over both the property and its inhabitants. The Morgan family never returned to the house. Rebecca reflected on the haunting realization that they had been watched, their lives measured and manipulated like puppets in a play. The dollhouse wasn't the horror, it was the dehumanization of being reduced to mere objects in someone else's twisted game. Martin Wells faced charges of stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and breaking and entering. His actions spurred a reevaluation of real estate laws concerning disclosure of past events on properties. The judge, acknowledging the violation endured by the Morgan family, highlighted the breach of their safety and autonomy. Criminologists were disturbed by the depth of Wells' deception, speculating how long he could have lurked undetected if not for Rebecca's discovery. His journals hinted at a pattern of secretly inhabiting homes for years, creating miniatures of each family under his watchful eye. The Morgans relocated far away, but the trauma lingered. Rebecca confessed to checking every nook and cranny for hidden eyes, removing all traces of dollhouses from their new abode. Some days I still feel a gaze upon me, wondering if somewhere someone is manipulating a tiny version of myself in a dollhouse I'm yet to uncover. Story 27. The apartment lay silent, untouched for months, a vacant space waiting to reveal its secrets to the new tenants who dared to step inside. They entered with low expectations, anticipating only dust and perhaps some forsaken furniture left behind. However, their expectations were shattered by one stubborn door, a closet locked tight from within, concealing a mystery waiting to be unraveled. When the landlord finally managed to pry open the obstinate door, the tenants braced themselves for the sight of old coats or discarded belongings. Instead, what greeted them sent shivers down their spines. The walls of the closet bore deep, jagged scratches, etched with desperation into the wooden surface. And nestled in the corner, a relic of the past, a vintage flip phone, its battery long drained, except for one haunting message glowing on the screen, unread and ominous. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator, had encountered her fair share of grim scenes over the course of her career. Yet this discovery stirred a sense of unease within her, not from the presence of blood or overt violence, but from the haunting implications of those frantic scratch marks, a silent testament to someone's harrowing captivity and struggle for freedom. "We need forensics here now," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured every detail of the eerie scratches through his camera lens. "And fetch me the records of the previous tenants," she added, her voice tinged with a sense of urgency. The enigmatic message on the forgotten phone simply stated, "I know what you did." The landlord, a jittery man with perpetually clammy palms, nervously recounted how the previous tenant had vanished without a trace, leaving rent unpaid in their wake. A young woman kept to herself, left abruptly about 6 months ago, he stammered, his eyes skirting away from the closet as if avoiding an unseen presence. Forensics uncovered a chilling revelation within those scratch marks, traces of multiple blood samples embedded in the grooves on the walls. While most matched a single individual, presumably the missing tenant Emma Caldwell, aged 28, reported absent from her workplace, 2 other DNA samples emerged. One remained a mystery in the system, while the other belonged to a man supposedly deceased for 2 years, Derek Mercer, a name that sent a ripple of disbelief through the investigation. Shaw's brow furrowed as she scrutinized the perplexing findings laid out in the forensic report. Derek Mercer, declared dead in a past accident, now resurfacing through fresh DNA evidence on the walls of Emma's closet. The pieces of the puzzle seemed to form a sinister picture of interrupted lives and hidden truths. Emma's apartment whispered a tale of interrupted routines, unopened mail, a forgotten coffee mug in the sink, a meticulously made bed all frozen in time. Her phone records revealed a pattern of regular calls with her sister, abruptly cut off, replaced by a flurry of unidentified calls in the weeks leading to her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed relayed, his voice tinged with intrigue. No name, just descriptors like intense and private. Surveillance footage from a nearby store captured Emma's entrance into her building one fateful night, shadowed shortly after by a man in a baseball cap, his features carefully obscured from the prying eyes of the camera. The investigation gained traction when partial fingerprints belonging to Derek Mercer were uncovered on the interior doorknob of the closet, a damning connection that pointed towards a sinister truth veiled in shadows. He staged his death, Shaw concluded, her mind racing to unravel the twisted web connecting Emma, Derek, and another missing woman, Lynette Porter, who had vanished years before. Pieces of the puzzle fell into place as Shaw delved deeper into the dark recesses of the case. A car linked to Derek Mercer's family frequented the vicinity of Emma's apartment, with sightings of a figure resembling Derek entering the premises, a breadcrumb trail leading to a remote property owned by the Mercer clan. Behind the imposing doors of the property's basement, a chilling discovery awaited the investigators. Lynette Porter, alive but broken, imprisoned in conditions mirroring Emma's confinement in the closet. "He made me watch," Lynette murmured, her eyes vacant, recounting the horrors she had endured under Mercer's twisted control. Journals, photographs, and video recordings unveiled a tapestry of obsession and malevolence spun by Mercer, a predator lurking in the shadows. The manhunt for Derek Mercer extended far and wide as authorities chased a phantom hellbent on sowing anguish and despair in his wake. Mercer's capture at a bus terminal, armed with tools of coercion and a newspaper clipping chronicling Emma's vanishing, marked a pivotal moment in the relentless pursuit of justice. During interrogation, Mercer's demeanor remained eerily composed, his words laced with a chilling rationale that sent shivers down the spines of those who listened. The trial uncovered the elaborate charade Mercer had orchestrated to evade justice, a macabre dance of deception and manipulation spanning years. Despite the absence of Emma's remains, forensic evidence painted a grim picture of her fate, sealed within the walls of the closet where her desperate pleas echoed unheard. The jury's swift verdict of guilt echoed through the courtroom, sealing Mercer's fate with a life sentence devoid of parole. As the judge pronounced the sentence, Mercer's faint smile hinted at a cryptic satisfaction known only to him. In a poignant moment, Lynette Porter stood before the court, her voice strong with resilience. "While he dwells in darkness, I choose to stand in the light," she proclaimed, a beacon of strength amid the shadows cast by Mercer's malevolence. The case left an indelible mark on the department's investigative protocols, emphasizing the importance of scrutinizing relationships and delving into the hidden crevices of rental properties. Detective Shaw, with the closet door from Emma's apartment adorning her office wall, carried a silent reminder of the unseen horrors lurking beneath the surface, a testament to the resilience of those who fought to survive in the face of unspeakable darkness.